Hello friends, welcome to my stream where I am attempting to survive the Imperator Rome game, where I can continue to progress to Crusader Kings 3, into Europa Universalis 4, then into Victoria 2, Hearts of Iron 4, and then into the stars with Stellaris. Thanks for joining me here today. Let's see who we've got with us. I see a couple of really dear friends. I see my friend Septum and my friend Dallington. Hello. If you can hear me, try to type something into the chat so I know that I'm sounding okay. Yay! Glad you made it. Been waiting to see you. Thank you. Glad that it sounds good. How did you like that intro? Was that the first time that you got to see that live? I love that. I love that sound. Yeah. He's a very talented lad. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, skulls and axes and 80s synth, like John Carpenter movies, these old horror movies and stuff. I really like what he did there with that composition. So I've got a situation here in the game for anyone who's been following along. We've got some disloyal folks. I'll just try to do a little bit of a review of what's been going on here, and definitely please keep talking in the chat. I'm going to need some assistance from my council. We'll call you guys my council, and we'll be interactive and inclusive here. So what I've got going on, this is Scandinavia, obviously, and I know that you've spent some time, and I think it was in Sweden. I think that you are fluent in Swedish, if I recall. So we ended up choosing, we started over here, and we've grown. The Suionian culture is the proto-Swedish culture, and so we've grown it, and we're going to hopefully continue to grow it down into this larger Germanic area. You know, I'm tapping into my own heritage and ancestry as well, trying to establish a stronghold here in the north that I can hopefully resist what's going on down here. Rome is growing. See, we're only 45 years into this game right now, so it's not, we're just barely scratched the surface. But you can see that, you know, we've, at least as far as land area is concerned, we've got something that's, you know, threatening, you know, the same size as some of these other areas. But if I right click here, you can see this is my population. This is the number that represents my population. Obviously I have more than 217. Yeah, it's well, and if you zoom in, you can get into the smaller, you know, it's composed of all of these different sub settlements. We're barbaric tribes up here. Here's the civilization breakdown. So this shows you that the greener it is, the more civilized it is. So obviously down here on the Mediterranean, these guys are republics, monarchies, things like that. Whereas up here, I'm still a migratory tribe, so I'm one of the most barbaric you can get. We know we're starting to, you know, we put our first city up here into our capital a couple of streams ago. But you can see that like these are settled tribes over here in Gaul. These guys aren't moving. But if I come back over here, some of these tribes that are down here right now, like Herulia, these guys started out up here. They pulled up stakes and they moved down to the south. Varinia right here, these guys did the same thing. Burgundia, they started up here and they pulled out and they went down here. So they're doing that, and I have done some migration stuff and some colonization of some empty spaces, and so like there's a whole band right here of unsettled area that's like a buffer between these primitive or more primitive barbaric people in the north. So I do think that the Varinians are fleeing south to avoid me. I believe that that's true. And I believe that when Burgundia moved down here, they were doing it to flee me. Yes. I think that that's a thing. So Herulia left first, then Burgundia left. Now Varinia is pulling out. Now historically, these tribes did that same sort of a thing. So there might be something in the programming of the game that says, well, they some of these places are, could be better than what they started with. So you have the Goths down here. Historically, it was the Visigoths and the Vandals that ended up moving down here and sacking Rome and doing all of that. So, and I know that Rome probably has some programming to come up here into Gaul like they did historically. I mean, it could be something that's hardwired into it. So luckily for me, if we're going to go historically, Rome went up here and then messed with these guys, and I think they went over here a bit. They didn't historically go into Scandinavia. I'm trying to kind of play away from Rome in this game because they're OP, and because I'm a novice at this game and learning as I go and like learning from my mistakes, and I'm definitely making them. And I was going to get to the point. I've got a situation brewing right now where just at the end of the last session, my tribal leader died, and a different family ascended to, because he didn't have any sons. He had daughters that were married into other families. So this is the family who became the new chief, this Hramdrid guy. But this Gundred clan, if you look at, so he's obviously, because he's the leader, he's totally loyal. But this Gundred group are not happy with the fact that the Hramdrids have taken over, and so they're and I didn't recognize this until it was too late, or maybe it was just the succession that really triggered it too. And so the fact that these guys are below like 30% means that they're going to they're pushing for civil war, and so I have to assess. Yeah, 2.8 exactly. So one of these guys is the head of the family, and the other guy is the clan chief of the clan, and they're related or whatever. So these are the guys that I really need to get on board with what's happening. And part of the problem is that all of the jobs, if I go here to my council, this Merabades clan has got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the reason I have them in those positions is because they're the quality dudes, because I'm a meritocracy kind of a guy. I'm all about putting the most qualified person in the job, but obviously that isn't necessarily good for a diplomatic reasons. Each family wants a certain amount of positions in the council, or in the army as generals or things like that. So I can come down here to character view, show families, and this shows like the Merabades clan here. They have 5. They minimum that they want to be like satisfied is they want to have at least 2 positions, and I've got them in 5 because they're they have the good stats. Meanwhile, the Gundrids, the pissed off people, have none, and the Theotis clan has only 1 of 2. The Hramdrid, this is my chief. So something that I need to show right now that's important also in this little problem is this. There's a power base button here, and this shows who's got the power of all the people that I've got of my families, right? So this is the chief, and luckily he still has he's got the highest power base here. But the Theotis clan, they're not they're scorned. They need to get a position. And then I've got this Gandrati, and they've got a 33, so they're not as powerful. But if these two together combined, and look at him, he's got a 48.6. So I need to get all of these people on board with the new leadership. And so what I've been trying to do is we've been a migratory tribe, which gives us an extra mechanic where we can pull pops out of a certain settlement. Cerberus, my brother, welcome. Glad you could make it. I wasn't sure you were going to. I know you were doing some exercise and stuff, having, taking care of yourself, and that's good. But I'm glad you could make it. I was just explaining to Septum kind of the situation that we're in here, and bringing up to speed on this game. This is the game Imperator Rome, and it's the first of the grand strategy games that I'm going to play in this series. We're calling it a mega campaign, where I'm going to try to tie together just a generational expansion of this country. When we get into the next game, when we get into Crusader Kings 3, it goes from being like a nation building to more of a you have a dynasty, which you have a family that is the leaders, and then you really focus in on the role play of that family, and the kingdom building and stuff is also a part of it. But in this game, it's more about the stability of the nation. And like I said, so one family can take over for another family, but as long as you have a high enough stability, you're not going to descend into like a civil war situation. Or I could end up in that situation. Right now I'm in threatening danger of that, because of this family is so pissed off. And this flag right here is telling me right now there's no risk of civil war right now. um if at least 22% of the total power base of our characters and subjects are disloyal, Suionia will progress towards a civil war. Currently 0% are disloyal, but all of these characters in this line, it says, have a loyalty of below 33%, which means they are working against us right now. So there's some things I'm going to try to do to get them all back on board, at least try to assuage them until I can reduce their power base and increase my own, and get this flag. If I can get this flag off of here, I'll feel a lot better about what I'm doing, because I've still got, I want to take out Cimbria, so that I can have it's a real solid border. And then this would be a choke point right down here, easily defensible choke point. But I want to grow down into some of these areas too. If I want to get to being a great power, let's see, where is it? There is a flag around here. Okay, so this shows that I'm a regional power, which means I have between 25 to 99 territories. I started out as a local power, so I've grown into a regional power, but I really want to become a major power, which means I have to get to, at least 100 territories. And right now this says that I have 70. So I need to take another 30 territories, which means, and each one of these is split up. So if I took Cimbria out, I'd get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like another 6. But so I'm going to have to, move down into this range right here. If I can get to Rudignia, then I can, migrate into some of this open land and take it without having to war. And if I can take out Chasia, which is currently an ally of mine, or are they? Okay, that's a truce. So I have a truce with Cimbria until the 23rd of February, which is only a couple of months away, which is why I have these levies raised right here. I was going to start moving them down into that zone when I noticed that, oh boy, I've got this this problem with one of my families. So let's see what I can do about it. Let me click on some of these guys. So this is the clan chief. So says he has a 2.8 loyalty. I can bribe him, which will take 5 gold from the treasury, and I think it takes money from my personal stash too, my leader's personal stash. So Bauto Hramdred, I need to check out. He's got 324, so he does have some money. Shows here he's content in life. That's going to change. He's going to have to start doing something. He's got to get on top of this problem. If notice his health is ailing. He's 73 years old. So when he dies, this is going to be another problem. We're going to be in another succession situation. Let's quickly look at that. The government. Okay, so, and if you look at these three guys, the succession support for these three guys is real close. So like right now, this clan Theodos, he is the front runner. It says he's likely to be the next tribal chief, but this will change depending on what I do next, and we'll see what happens. Now this, so the head guy, once again, he only has daughters. You know, he does have, well, what is this? He has a son that's 11, but I don't think that son is old enough to be given control of. Obviously, he doesn't have the support, so he is not going to be the next leader. So let's just go along here. We want to make sure that Theodos has got our back too. I mean, before we hang out with these, traders in the Gundrids, we want to make sure that we've got support from this marginally supportive guy. So let's see what we can do here. Let's bribe him first. So we'll give him. All right. So we got him up to 73.6% loyalty. That's pretty good. He's in the green. So funny doing that, bribing him. These other disloyal characters came up, so that's interesting. So let me come over here and let's bribe this guy too and see what that does. These guys dropped off. I don't know. We're gonna do some more. Okay, so we got him off the disloyal. He's 52.8. That's not great. So making friends, I think, it doesn't happen instantly. It's something that's going to take time. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's attempt to make friends with this guy, and it'll show. It'll should come down here like this scheme that he's doing. He's befriending Actrand. It'll make a bar like this, and so it'll take time until it actually comes to fruition. It'll probably trigger some events around it as well. That'll have to happen before it happens. So I'm just kind of pouring water on the fire. I think that this would be like not a bad thing to do also, since these other clan chiefs that I've got are, they're better than this. And our guy's not doing anything anyways, so let's go ahead and do it. And then we'll try to learn. I haven't done this yet, so we'll see what happens. So attempted to make friends with Dwamagar. Will demand certain costs over the course of the chain. It's probably going to cost me money. I might have to give him some things. But we'll take a look at what this has done to us. And now if I click on Bauto, I don't know why it doesn't say anything down here yet. Maybe I have to unpause. I'm not sure. But we'll see what happens there in a minute. I'm not going to unpause yet until I've addressed some of these other things and got things a little bit better. So let's take a look at that family list again and see. All right, so did that change the power base picture at all? Looks like. And so these Theodes guys, we don't want them creeping up and getting a higher power base than us either. So we're gonna have to look at like some of the holdings that they have. We might need to revoke some holdings so that they don't have. Let's click on him, Segamer. All right, so it looks like he doesn't have. If he had something here, then I could revoke this. Let's look at. Let's go back. Let's go back to that because why is this a 50? Okay, so Segamer's only got a 2. It looks like Gundlek and Castrand Theodos. Okay, so C Theodos. Okay, so this guy's the head, and he's like the high priest, but he's not the clan chief. So let's look at this Theodos guy. So if we were going to look at his, can't see. Where does he not have any holdings either? I don't see revoke holding here either. Now, if you wanted to assassinate one of these guys, first you'd have to make them your rival, and then you could assassinate. Hey, Zane. Welcome. Good to see you. Glad you made it. We're trying to address this disloyal family situation. We've bribed some people, and we've got, you know, some general stuff happening that's helped us. And, you know, I don't have the flag up anymore that said you are in danger. In imminent danger of civil war. So I feel good about that, but I'm going to still do some more things to try to get these guys off my back. So I'm making some naval forces here someplace in Aviona Minor. So one thing I can do with these guys, I'm going to try to do this. I'm going to split my navy in half a couple times. Where's my other navy unit? And if I can split this down, then I can take and put some of these Gundred guys into as navy commanders, and hopefully I can get them unscorned. So this guy, you know, just happens to be the top of the list. It when you go to assign a position, it's based, usually the positions are based on one of the four stats, and this is martial, and then it gives it to you in ranks of who's got the highest rank of that stat that's available to put into a position. Now sometimes they have traits like this one. This guy here is confident, and so if this was, you know, a cavalry or chariot division, I would, you know, this guy would be better than this guy because he's got a trait that would help him. So who's this down here? He's daring. So if he was the commander, you know, like I might like to put him in. Like remember, those Marabades guys are the good picks for these jobs, but that doesn't help me diplomatically. Uncaring. Yeah, this guy's, you know, he's cool. So I do have a couple Gundred guys on my list here that I can go ahead and make them into naval commanders. So I'm going to do that and hopefully get them off of the scorned list. I don't know why it didn't recognize the second one, but we will keep working on that. Now this Chasia situation is because I have this one place down here that I took over from Frisia in the last session. Chasia kind of screwed me out over in that war and took some of the land that I was hoping to get from Frisia. And I'll have to deal with them later. But I did get part of it, and I've got some levies that are coming from that area. You know, levies are based on the number of pops that you have. So I've got, you know, 21 pops coming from my main area, and then I've got four pops, but four levies. And when it says four, that means there's four cohorts, and each cohort is 500 soldiers of whatever, you know, type that settlement will generate. So I've got basically 2,000 guys coming from here. That's them, these 2,000 guys. And up here I've got, since it says 21, that means I've got 10,500 guys. And so it shows 10K, but it's actually 10.5. It just rounds. I don't know why it rounds down either, but I guess that's better than rounding up, because if you think you have 11,000 and you don't, that wouldn't be any good. And so I think I've got these guys kind of moving in on Cimbria. Yeah, see, I've already got them pathed to come down to Cimbria. What about these guys? Let's get them moving up to Cimbria too. Why are they not? Oh, you know why? Because I don't have permission from Chasia probably to move these guys. But I could get around that by, I'll move my navy down here. I got a port, and I should be able to move these guys up and then troop transfer them. All right, so this Theotis clan, we need to look at these guys because they've got a really high power base that is kind of pushing into us. Now he's likely to be the next tribal chief, so I don't necessarily want to nerf him because that's definitely going to happen. Balto's going to die, unless he lives for another like 5 years, which then maybe his son would be old enough to take it over. I don't know. We'll hope for that. But so I don't necessarily want to nerf Theodos. And notice that I've got, they're both, it's like they're joint clan chiefs or something. So that's pretty interesting. Haven't quite seen that before. All right, so I think I've done what I need to do right now to not have to worry about, having these guys immediately declare war on me. Let's see what this is. Bad research ratio. That's because we have we don't have a lot of citizens and nobles. So that's just going to be that way for a while. Too many relations. This is because we've got we're a mercantile. We're only supposed to have like one political association, but I've got a treaty with, Chassia is my ally and Burgundia is my ally right now. So I'm over that, which gives you minus 10% to my political influence. But since I'm making so many points in political influence, it's just as well. There's one thing I want to test on that too, which is to see what happens if I was to pick up another ally and see if that would drop by more than 10%. When you do that, then you run the risk of some of your allies not wanting to, stay as your ally. So we'll keep moving towards Cimbria. I'm going to go ahead and unpause the game and see what happens. I'm going to see if that, befriending thing happens, and I'm going to see if they become unscorned or if I need to do more there. All right. Everyone likes gold. I like gold. Of all the ways of making friends, gift is perhaps both the oldest and simplest. In the world of politics, wealth shared generously and unconditionally has more influence than kind words or affection. How much is the friendship of Duwamagar Gundred worth? I could give him I could give him 250 of my personal wealth, of which I only have 125, so I'm not going to do that. I don't want to go into debt for this guy, especially when he's already kind of, already in the zone. He's in the green zone. I could give him 100. I could give him a small amount, which would give me a small amount of progress. So this would give me a moderate amount of progress. This would give me a large amount of progress. Or I could, not give him any. I don't want to break my bank. Let's go with small. We bring sad news. Segamer Theodos died of severe inflammation at the age of 78. He was our high priest. He was the head of the Theodos clan. And now he is dead. So now, too many relations, scorned families, titles unassigned. Okay, so we need to come in here and we need to select a new high priest. Note that if he was the Theodos that had the job, then now these guys have 0 jobs. And I don't know why. I thought I gave a Gundred guy, so these guys are still scorned. So, obviously me giving 2 naval guys to the Gundred didn't do the job there. But let's see if we can give one of these 2, either the Gundred or the Theodos, the high priest job. We'll see who's... I'll show you. Okay, so we'll go to the office of the high priest. So if we change this, it looks like we've got... would be our best guy, but he's very old, so he would pass pretty soon. Let's go ahead and give it to the Gundred down here. He's not the best, but he's, this is for political reasons. So this 7 that he's got will cause this. Because he has a 7 in the zeal, which is the sun, it's increasing our omen power of our religious. Now this has increased his loyalty, so he's 76. That's really good. So if we go to our religious tab, this will show that the omen power, depending on whichever omen that we are going to pick, we worship a pantheon. Now this is back in 258 BCE, so before Common Era. So it's 496. This is 496. This is from the founding of Rome, right? So we got two different timelines going on here. But so anyways, back in these days, they weren't even worshiping the Asatru gods up here yet. This is still some proto uh, Germanic, Tuistic, and Twisto. He evolves into the god Tyr, who is an important Asatru god. Anyways, all of these gods here. We got our war god. So passively, because we worship this god, we get the top thing. So this guy's always giving us plus 3% morale. If we wanted to, every 5 years, we get to choose to get an omen from one of these deities. And if that's the case, then we get whatever the grayed out benefit is beneath it. And so our high priest, having a high priest with a high zeal, will increase the omen power. And I guess there's a chance that this could be unsuccessful also. But because of our quality high priest, the zeal of our tribal chief, and these other things that we have going on, we don't have any techs, but because we're a migratory tribe and whatnot, it adds up to us having a good base omen thing here. Now, if we wanted to increase our stability, we could spend 50 political influence and get a higher number here, because we have to be able to go to war, to be able to do some different things, we need to have this number. We need to be more stable as a society. So we could come here, we could do a divine sacrifice. So why don't we just do that? It looks like we need to. And now this went up to plus 0.32 per month. So this will go higher, and if you could hear that, we just sacrificed a pig, I guess, to the gods. All right, so that also should have helped us with so the only scorned family now we have is the Theodos family. Let me see if I can do something to help with that. I can come back to our fleets, which I have moved down. All right, let me see if I can move these guys on board the fleet. What's the mechanic for that? Let's see. He's got 1500. All right, move to the ships. How about that? Let's move the fleet out here, and then it'll be easier to move them. The benefits of power. Duamagar Gundred is the target of a brazenly outspoken critic who has been provoking his ire for some time. It seems the loudmouth is protected by political opponents of Duamagar and believes himself to be untouchable. This could be an excellent opportunity to impress Duamagar. Few bribes and some thugs will solve this. We'd gain a little tyranny. I'd make some small progress. Yeah, we'll do it. That's all right. Okay. Now let's see if these guys, now they're going to move to, each boat will hold one cohort of men. So to move this, I would need a minimum of 4 ships here, and I have 8. So that's going to work. Let me go here now, and let me split this. And let me find my other one and split that. All right, now let me find. Okay, so we want to try to give the Theodos clan some jobs. See if there's even any available. Okay, there's this guy, Garrick Theodos. Let's give him a job. See if we've got another Theodos. Yeah, we don't even have. It's like they can't even. They're scorned, and they don't even have enough guys to fit the deal here. So eventually we will merge this ship with another of the fleet there. But right now, it's fine. All right. So we'll move him out. The following families consider themselves scorned. Like every family is considering themselves scorned right now. Fromdry, two of three. It's because of these Mirabades guys are so good. Okay, well if the Fromdry guys are feeling scorned too, I've got that empty boat. We'll give him a job. All right, he's the top of the list, and he's confident. This guy looked like he'd be. Oh, he's a Mirabades though. What's this guy? Tactician, archers. Nah, we're talking boats, so we'll give him that. All right, and let's check the family. Well, maybe it'll catch up when I unpause. So, okay, 20.1. So we're trying to centralize. We're trying to become more civilized. To do that, we want to become settled. And to do that, I have to. It's not here. Where is it? Form tribal kingdom. I need to have 25 political influence, and my centralization has to be greater than 25. So if we settle, then I won't be able to migrate anymore. So even though I'll have enough to do it, I might not do it right away until I've taken advantage of taking out Redignia and Chassia. And we'll see how that goes. Now I still need to get more stability too before I can go to war. Okay, let's unpause. The Gladiator. A previously unknown gladiator has recently risen to great prominence in the arena, drawing huge crowds and by all accounts putting on a peerless show. A well-placed box seat could easily win over Dwamagar. This guy, we still trying to assuage this guy. So buy and gift him cost us 10 political influence. We get moderate progress. And I would lose 5 popularity, currently 100. Everyone enjoys a good show. I would lose 50 gold. What's my gold sitting at? See, I don't have enough. This one doesn't look like it would cost me anything other than political influence. And this one means we would make no progress, so we'll try this one. Alright, what's this? Influence of the Hromdrid family. The fate of the tribe and that of the Hromdrid family is and always will be intertwined. It is therefore a matter of great urgency. There are currently not enough Hromdrid persons of quality ready to shoulder the responsibilities of the state. Recognizing our plight, 2 of our loyal clients have offered to fill the place that currently cannot be filled by anyone of the right birth. So we've got Arbogast, Hromdrid. So basically, I guess we're adopting. Oh man, I didn't mean to. He's our man. There we go. We have full faith in that guy. We just roll with it around here. Okay, by taking in Arbogast, I hope you have good stats. We have no doubt done him a great favor. Shall he also be allowed to change his last name? Yes, we are one family of one name. Yeah, that's fine. All right, what's this saying? All right, let's look at our scorned family list here. Looks like we're short Gundred, Fromdry, or Theotis, so one of these would make. This guy, Steadfast, he's not any better. Okay. Everybody's angry. Okay, are these guys moving? Looks like we made a new boat. Move them up here too. Okay. Spurned by Dwamagar. Despite our best efforts to encourage a friendship with Dwamagar, it would appear he was not convinced. This is terribly vexatious. Alright. We're keeping our eyes on you. Disloyal. What's this now? D. Gundred and D. Theotis. So why this says disloyal, Dwamagar. This says he has a 39.9. This right here, same guy, says he's got a 57.2. So that's interesting. So we've still clearly got issues with these guys. What can we do? One thing we can do is assassinate people, but that's not very good. So, I mean, we could try again. Although that did sort of deplete our personal wealth. And we kind of need to get some more personal wealth. So we're going to go here. Then he's going to siphon funds and build up his bank so that he can have money to do things later. Now let's go back to these guys. Dwamagast. You know, I could try to make friends and try to do things that don't cost money. What else? So I got Theodos and Gundred that are getting annoyed here. Smear reputation. Okay, let's go back to that power base situation. Alright, so it looks like, and this is no good, that the Theodos clan has surpassed our tribal chief. Now this is the guy who is set to become the next tribal chief, so I guess it's okay. He's got more prestige than our main guy. You know, as long as he, you know, I'd like for him to ascend at his death and not like want to take it by force. You know what I mean? So we got to take a look at this. Grant holding, revoke holding. This is where we might want to do something. We might want to revoke one of his holdings, which is where he's getting his power base from, and, you know, maybe give him, you know, he's not going to like it, obviously. So he's got 16 loyal cohorts. That's his military. So that is where mine says 10, his would say 8 if he was going to go to war with us. So that's not a good thing. He is the clan chief, so he gets 2 for that, and he's getting 0.71 from his holdings. So if I took his holdings away, it's not really going to affect this number that much. Although it could, if he doesn't have the holdings, maybe that would be where he's getting his cohorts from. And having higher population holdings could be, you know, what's giving him that. So let's take a look at what holdings he has. It looks like he only has Burka, which has only got 2 pops. So that's, well, he's got 2 slave and a tribesman. That's these guys down here. This is the total. So that it shouldn't be contributing a huge amount to what he's got. And if I was to revoke it, it would cause him to be even more disloyal. Why? Now this guy says he's got a 61, so this Theodos isn't the problem. This guy is pretty loyal. It's this D Theodos, this Dwamgast Leotis, and his power base is not very high. He's an admiral, so he's one of the guys leading the army or something. So I'd say don't worry about him too much. What does this say? So he's an admiral. His daughter and nephew, they're not super happy. So let's see if we can't just, you know, like increase our own popularity and stuff. Maybe that'll help. $18.68. Remember, we got to get this to 20. 19. Okay. So what just happened there was not good. It looked like a pirate fleet just came out of nowhere and wiped out my navy, what navy I had. Okay. Before we do that, I notice I've got a queued event here. Minister of Excellence. Baldo Merabades, in a fine display of financial acumen, has made significant alterations to the national budget. We should expect to see much better revenue this year. Excellent. So that would give us a plus 10% national tax, or he deserves to reap the rewards himself which would give him 10 loyalty bonus. His loyalty 65, it's fine. I don't need to boost his loyalty, and we like money. So unfortunately, I can't raise this levy again until for another 3 months and 21 days. So we'll probably be camping out these guys for a while until these guys are back up in action. I think I don't, Cimbria, I've got them probably covered. I don't think they have, they've got 28 pops, but I don't think they have, as many levies as this, although they could have money, and which means they could buy um, mercenaries. Okay, so another thing I'm trying to build up my centralization for is to change some of these laws down here. I want to get to, Hillfort Initiative, and I need to have a centralization score of 30 for that. Let me just check the chat real quick here. See Umbra. Hey Umbra, thanks for hanging out. Good to see you guys. All right. So we gotta go back to building fleet again because those silly pirates just whacked me. Good one. .2. Okay. So that also probably cost me those guys who had naval jobs, although they didn't die, I'm sure. They just lost their fleet, and so, but now they don't have, all these guys don't have jobs. I might actually have to come in and fire some of these Mirabades guys to put some of these guys in if I'm really concerned about the Civil War. And I don't have that disloyal flag going on up here currently, so I'm not gonna sweat it right now. But we will consider those tribes when it comes to putting these guys in the jobs. So let's see. So we're 1 of 2 on the Hramdri and the Gundrid. We could get one of these guys off the list. This one's my own. I'm not too worried about them. So let's look at the Gundrid and the Theodes for the naval admiral job. Okay, Gundrid right here. Okay. 1,100. So we're getting some attrition here for some reason. And I'd like to know why, because, we're down to 10,000 guys. And if these guys are dying for some reason, supply limit, maximum 5, weight is 5. It's because we have so many men in the area, perhaps. And that might mean that we want to go ahead and do this war sooner than later. We don't want our guys to die. So let's see. We have enough stability. We have these forces. Let's see how much time has passed for our levy and being able to raise them. Looks like we can. We can raise them. If we go to war and Chasia will back us, then we can move our guys through. We don't have to worry about the Navy, troop transport. Let's go here and let's try to declare war. It looks like we've got both of our allies will be on board. Let's go ahead and tag them for that. And we've declared war. Okay. Let's see now. Tribal chief. Okay, so our allies have honored our agreements. They're going to assist in the war. We want to come in right now with our economy and increase our army maintenance. Let's reduce our fleet maintenance to nothing because our fleet isn't going to help us in this war. And let's increase our fort maintenance as well to increase our fortifications. Try to keep those things low when you're not at war. Let's check some of these things. Okay, we got the Scorns, low Navy maintenance, we know that. We're at war with Cimbria. Cimbria doesn't have any allies, no defensive pacts or anything, so they're on their own here. So now that Chasia has agreed to the war, let's move our allies. We can start moving them up to back us up. This is our levies from Frisia. And then I'm going to take this group here and note that their morale is not 100% yet. So I'm going to sit here until it comes up, and then we will move forward. So they've only got 2,000 guys. It looks like they just vacated their capital. So we can move in here and sack their capital, and this should be wrapped up pretty quick. And then we'll add Cimbria to our empire. I'm going to slow it down a little bit. It's going pretty high speed, and I like to be able to take advantage of any pirates. Okay, so during the struggle, we were defeated. The Cimbrians defeated some, one of my allies or something. Let's see. So that's given us a low war score right now, but that's not super important. Let's move these guys into here to protect them. Pirates have plundered Aviona Mare. Okay, what's this? Guthesbo land. A dispute between the clans of Dwamagar, Gundred, and Gundle Theodas has arisen as both of them want certain valuable land in Guthesbo. Postman is here. My dogs are in a war with the postman. Alright, let's see what this Guthesbo is located right here. So both sides had their claims to the area, and supporting one of them over the other could end up with disloyalty from the spurned clan. I think they're both scorned. Let's see. Theodas and Gundred. Yes, both of them have offered to support the nation with gifts if they are given the region. Duamagar Gundred has offered us more troops, while Gundle Theodas has offered a donation of gold. So we can either support one or the other. This guy has a loyalty 54. Let's see. So he would gain 15 loyalty. So he'd come up to 69 loyalty. Let's scoot down here. So who we have as a disloyal is a Hromdred. Let's look at him. That's our own family member. We don't need our own family members working against us. Okay, so or we could get Gundle. He's got a loyalty of 65. So both these guys are pretty loyal. He would lose. So Gundle would lose loyalty if we supported this guy, or we could split the lands and then they both lose 10. So that's kind of a drag. Okay, let's check the power base of both of these characters. And we want to... Okay. So Theodas is already more powerful than us, so we don't really want to give them any more. Let's look. So that means we would want to support the Gundreds, I guess. And that would give them a little bit more power. And prominence. Okay. Let's pause. Okay, we want to make more naval commanders from these different groups and try to increase. Sisisthank, what's his deal? He's a researcher. He's not a very good one. I must have put him in the job just for political reasons. Let's go to our tech. So Sisisthank, Hromdred. See all these Meribades guys, they're really good. Segamandrus is good, but he's not one of the powerful families. So we're having to take the hit. Not that we're not gaining any tech anyways, really, because we're uncivilized. Okay. Is it worth bribing this guy? What is my money up to? I have enough money. Could throw a bribe at this guy. Just keep him happy here. Okay. Got him off the list. Okay, we're sieging, active war. Okay. All right. Things are looking okay. What's going on down here? Cimbrian sieging some area there. It's fine. We'll take care of him after this. Siege is won. Okay, so it's just a matter of time before we will. Looks like we captured 3 pops and distributed them as slaves to Burka and killed 2 of their pops. So that's unfortunate, but it's all right. Now we'll move our forces down here and hit their army. In the meantime, this number should come up really high, and then we will claim the lands. Oh, what's this? Let's hit this guy first. This guy needs to just hold his horses here. Racing ahead to his death. We bring sad news. Sesathank Hramdrid died of a terrible fever at the age of 71. He was the researcher and a rival of the tribal chief of Suionia. He was a member of the Hramdri clan. So my own family member was a rival, and this is that guy who had the was not a very good researcher. So we'll have to put somebody else in that position. And let's look at our scorned. So we got the Theodices are scorned, the Hramdri are scorned, Gundrids are settled up. They're satisfied right now. So looks like Theodis could use some people if we've got available researchers here. If there's any Theodices to put into position. There's one down here. He's not very good, but that's okay. Political appointment. All right. During the struggle, 0 of our troops were killed. We killed all of their troops. All right. Now let's move these guys down here. These guys need to still wait. Influence of the Hramdrid family. The fate of the tribe is and always will be intertwined. Great urgency. There's not enough Hramdrids. Okay, so this time, before just clicking on somebody, let's actually. This guy has an 8 zeal. This guy's garbage. So let's bring Sigric in. He's better. And we will adopt him into our family. Okay, so when we've occupied that last bit of land, our war score went up to 99 here. So we should be able to exert our will, and they will say, okay. And now that has become part of Suionia. The Cimbrian elite. After protracted conquest, we finally routed the Cimbrian armies and laid waste to their lands. During the sacking of their capital, many important prisoners were taken. So one thing we want to do is, pass judgment and see if they've got any quality personnel. Several important families are known for having held sway in Cimbria. This guy's pretty good. This guy's not that good. Also not good. So we will welcome Sunbald and crucify the other ones. All right. They've accepted our peace offer. Now what we want to do is we want to disband our levies. We're gaining some experience. Okay, we're up to 57.36 here. When this gets to like 80, we'll get to pick a military tradition. We've got 18, 22 levies. A mission task can be completed. Conquer Simbrica can be completed. So for doing this, we will gain 1 free province investment in Suionia. So I guess anywhere we want. One of the things that we were wanting to do as part of a different mission is this planning for war where Anglia is importing at least 2 iron. So let's go down to Anglia. So this is the province of Anglia. So now I'm not 100% sure when they say Anglia. I'm guessing it could be anywhere from within this whole range could be importing iron. So let's come here to where I think this is, are we calling this the capital? This is the capital of Anglia. So if we're gonna, eventually this will probably be a city, I would guess, when we finally get around to, you know, building cities outside of our centralized area. So let's go ahead and put in free province investment here where these guys will entice business investments. They could get a local import route, and then I can hopefully come in here and make this be iron. And I wonder, let me see, are these guys, so this is 0, 0. Just wondering if anybody here is already importing something. Hopefully iron will even be available when they have the option. So we'll have to keep an eye on this. When this gets to 100%, we'll need to jump in there before they, you know, decide to make their own deal. Okay, let's also take a look at, in Cimbria here, there is a fort here, and it says that this is the capital. So that means that's a good place for that to have a fort. But we have a fort here, and this says that this is not the capital, and so this is not necessary to have a fort here. So we're going to come here. We don't need to have 2 forts right next to each other here. So I'm going to, by taking that out, I reap some of the coin back to me. All right, I do want to leave a fort up here though, in case someone wanted to come by sea and invade. They have to siege that down to take the property, and that'll buy me time to get, you know, troops over there. So, you know, I've got a fort here to kind of protect the north. This is the capital of this whole area. And I've got that fort here. This place looks like it's still burning. All right, now that's a pretty picture. I've got all of the Scandinavian zone here. So we're going to be looking down into this area for future expansion. I have an allegiance with Chassia currently that I probably want to, you know, I could leave it up, you know, if I'm planning to take it though, I just have to decide which way I want to go, because if I want to take out Rudignia first, then I might as well keep Chassia as an ally for now. Because as soon as I break this alliance with them, they're going to hate me. They go straight from liking you to hating you. So right now, Burgundia and Chassia, who are my allies, have a really good opinion of me. After that, Langobardia is higher, Rugia, you know, because when I advance into, if I was going to take Rugnia next, say, and then I wanted to migrate into these places, I mean, the only reason why I would want to take Chassia next is A, they're tougher than Rudignia, so I'd want to take them out, and if I wanted to connect with this, you know, Suionian colony that's down here that's not part of the fatherland right now. and we, definitely want to do that at some point. But maybe I take Redignia and then turn around on Chausia, and I think that um, there's not a lot of reason to wait on it. Um, except for I might not have a Casus Belli against them. Let's see who I have Casus Belli's against right now, because I'm getting closer to having fulfilled my mission line. Let's see. So this is Casus Belli's, this fiery sword here. I have against. That's Burgundia. That's Burgundia having one on me. Where's the ones that I have? Those are the Frums. I have a truce, alliance, and exports and imports. I think I've used up all of the Casus Belli's that I have received from my mission line. So if I wanted to, get a Casus Belli on these guys, I could just attack them with no Casus Belli, but then that comes with a lot of negative modifiers to, my military aggressiveness and different things. So maybe I should sit back. Um, I could start, addressing some of my economic stuff. I am close. If I wanted to just settle and say call it good, not continue trying to migrate, so far I've got these open areas that are really enticing right here and here that make me kind of, and you can go back and forth from being a settled and a migratory tribe. I don't know how it works to go from, if you would want to, why would you even want to? Once you became a monarchy, you wouldn't want to go back to being any kind of a tribe. All right. Who's with me? Luna, thanks for showing up. I appreciate it very much. Yay, Amicus. You showed up. You made it. Did you watched your show? Everything's good in PlayStation land? State state of play? Sucked? Well, this is the place to be. So, you're in the right place. So what we just did, if you missed it, was we just took out Cimbria, which was the last holdout of places within the Suionian manifest destiny to take all of Scandia here. Let's come to my missions and see. So we've got this planning for war. So we got to get to where we're importing 2 iron out of this zone to finish this. And if we do that, we get 5 military experience. So that's, not the end of the world to not get that. I mean, wouldn't immediately do anything. Up here, we need to settle East Gothia to get whatever this reward. We'd get some growth. That's excellent. We're very close to being able to do this. When we get our centralization up to 30 points, we'll be able to institute this Hillfort initiative, which is going to take us away from this nomadic lifestyle, which is currently making cities cost plus 50% more than they will when we get the Hillfort initiative, and they're very expensive. Um, for instance, if we wanted to put a city here in Vicbo, um, found city, it would cost 350 gold. So getting that 50% off when we, become a little bit more civilized and makes building cities cheaper. And we've been kind of stockpiling the gold, so we'll be able to hopefully drop a couple cities as soon as we get to that. I have to make a pretty hard decision to, whether we want to become a settled tribe or not. The reason why I wouldn't want to is because, you know, it losing that migration mechanic, it's a pretty easy way to you just raise your guys up and then just start dropping them in these empty lands. It's really easy to claim them. Whereas if you're going to colonize, you have to move a lot of pops around. It costs money to do it. when you do the migration and you pull your pops up, it turns all the slaves into tribesmen, which increases your levies. Those are all really good things. But to get to where I could use migration, I have to get through Rhydignia and Chassia to get to these lands. Let me quickly look at. So yeah, so I'm up to 76 territories. I got to get this number up to 100 so that I can go from being a regional power to a major power, which, you know, obviously is a goal. I want to be a major power. I want to get as many benefits as I possibly can. If I to get 500 territories and be a great power, I definitely have to take over this whole German area. And I don't want to expand past my ability to support myself either. So I could get spread pretty thin, and then have Teresia, who's lurking down here. They have 397 pops. They are definitely a future issue. I kind of want this mountain range to be my border, so it sounds like I kind of got to move into these. If I could get these areas here to be the border and make this the Rhine River into a border, because then you can only cross at these bridge crossings. And if I had this property, then I could just blockade, put forts here, 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 and make it a lot easier to support that. Burgundia is, starting to become a thing. I'm using them kind of as a buffer right now. So, you know, if I expand down into here, then I'm bumping up against, some people who wouldn't like me very much. Manapia, they don't care about me right now, but they're no slouch. So like I say, if I just hide behind this line for a while and build up my economy, get my economy up, um, and then maybe change my government, become a monarchy. Maybe that will help my stability. Maybe that'll help me to get to um, legions and stuff. Which is, if once I have legions, I don't really have to worry about anyone else unless they have legions as well, obviously. Which is, Romans will have them, Thrace will have them, but how high up here are they going to come? They've got other issues too. These guys have Seleucids and stuff. Rome has Carthage. Carthage looks like Carthage has just established. It took out. There was a group over here, so Carthage is looking pretty strong. I know Carthage and Rome have some traditional. Thanks, Amicus, for addressing that guy. I bet he's not even here anymore. I bet he's moved on. But appreciate that. Thank you. All right. So this is looking good. I'm really liking this. Um, we do have a little bit of time here. Let's look at Rhydignia. If I could just take Rhydignia and then I could use some final migration on this zone, that could be pretty good. At least get a few. Because let's take a look at them. So they have an alliance with Varinia. So if that was the case, I wouldn't want to. If I took Rhydignia, I might want to end up with this Varinian territory here. But I don't want to get this right away from Varinia. It's interesting that they have that relationship. Well, it makes sense because Varinia used to be right here until they moved south. But Varinia has 59 pops. They're right by Burgundia, so Burgundia could maybe help me out down there. They're my ally, and Chastia could help me up here. So maybe this is something that I want to do, and then if I could branch into this, that would be all right. I just get greedy. I get real greedy for land. And, I've got this situation going on with my disloyal families that keeps cropping up. My leader, he is very poor health. That's gone from ailing to very poor. He's 75, and when he dies, there's going to be another situation with let's take a look at who's currently in the running for the top spot. It looks like it's still this Gundle Theodos. It looks like he's still likely to become the next chief. If we go to the families and we look at the power base, wow, Gundrids are higher than the Theodes, so that's going to be bad if the Theodes take power and the Gundrids are. But maybe they'll be supportive. Maybe they'll be supportive. I mean, these guys have a lot of prestige. We'll see what happens. Definitely don't want there to be some kind of crazy civil war that's going to break up this nice unified Suionia that we've built. Okay, so let's just let it roll. Let's get our centralization going. Then we can pass that law. We'll have to decide if we want to become a tribal kingdom here when we get to 25, which will be any second. So if we do this, we would get 25 political influence, we would lose 5 stability, and we would become settled tribe, which gives us some different things. Our ideas might change or something. We'll see what happens. I know that becoming a settled tribe is a step in the direction of becoming a monarchy, which we want to do. It seems like the natural evolution of what we've done here and this Scandia region, maybe it's time. Maybe we just decide to settle with what we've got, focus on building up because we're gonna, make ourselves be broke when we build a couple of cities, and we'll keep working down our line, and we'll see what happens from that. We got 150 something days here. That's on a boat. Anglia is working on getting their death. Aganarak Ingramus died in flagrante at the age of 78. He's a researcher and clan chief of the Theodos clan. So, the Theodos clan chief has just changed. How was he? Oh, he was a friend of the clan chief. He wasn't the clan chief, so he was just a minor character. Okay, so he's an Ingramus, so that's gonna open up a spot for hopefully one of our other families, and we will put in one of these families that needs to have. Let's just go here and see who is available that's got the better stats. Okay, so we want to come down here until we see, Ramdrid, 0 of 2. So we want to put him in and start getting some of those positions filled. Hopefully they'll be a little less scorned by what's going on there. Another death. Brings sad news. Ingric Malactus, he was the wise one. He was a Suionian minor character. Okay, once again, we want to try to find one of our disloyal families and put him into this position. Oh man. Not a lot of wisdom in those disloyal families. 5 of 2, 5 of 2. Okay, we got a Hromdrid. We can get these guys completely, hopefully, off the list. He's not terrible. 6, it's above average, right? If 5 is, we'll call 5 average. Okay, we're still getting positive impact from this guy. And hopefully we took the Hromdrids off. Now we've just got the Theodos clan that's the Scorned clan. The Scorned clan that's going to become the tribal leaders. But if they're tribal leaders and everyone else is not scorned, maybe that means they'll be supportive of the rule of the Theodos clan, and maybe the Theodos clan will be not scorned anymore once they are the chief. We can hope. We can hope. All right, so we're almost there on centralization to become settled. %25 here. What's this? Available decisions. There are decisions you can enact. Okay, this is the forming of the tribal kingdom. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. We're learning, and we'll see how it goes. We can always colonize into these regions if we want to. Or, eventually we could build border forts and take some of them too. We've got this excellent defensible choke point. There's no reason to stick our necks out into this lower region right now. Let's get ourselves just on really solid economic grounds. Maybe we can grow our pops. Power base of Suionia. If high enough portion of the total power base is controlled, civil war can break out. So this number being 0 is okay. Let's do it. We've found a good home. It is time we settle down and adopt a more sedentary lifestyle. Let us proclaim ourselves a kingdom, separating ourselves from the migratory tribes to which we once belonged. Enact. Stability drop. Okay. Suionia has wisely enacted formed tribal kingdom. We have found a good home. We just read that. Okay. So let's look here at what's going on. This has totally, we've abandoned our previous ideas. We could always abandon, we'd lose stability if we wanted to become a migratory tribe again. Tribal reform mission. It's time for people to consider new methods of rule. Okay, so to get to the next level of, I think this is to think about monarchy, has greater or equal to 40 stability. Centralization is greater to 60, so we got to get up to 60. All the clan chiefs would have to be loyal to do it. What is this codify state lands? Codified state lands. The division of land and property in our capital remains muddled and impenetrable. Key plots must be ceded to the chief and their collective ownership codified. 100 political influence, plenty of gold, centralization high, Broborg, Suonia's Hillfort initiative. This would increase our civilization. So eventually we want to get to this. So we want to get to this and this. So we just need to keep going with our. So instead of having two militaries now, we're having a military and an oratory if we want to get the bonus. And I think this is the bonus if we want, if we, because we could pick two militaries, but then we wouldn't get the bonus of national tribesman happiness of plus 12. So we want to, probably do that bonus. So let's look at this. This increases our morale by 5. This one over here increases reinforcements and army morale recovery of plus 5. So this makes us just better all around, and this makes us, get back up to speed, but we wouldn't be as good. And then this one's ships, and we don't care about that. So let's do that one. Oratory, I have never really looked at these too much to see what they could do for us, but let's take a look now. Okay, oratory, sanctioned privileges, reduces our corruption, would cost 20 political influence to get to that. Military administration, this would increase the loyalty of our generals and admirals. We have been struggling with loyalty, so that could be a good one to do. Hospitium, improve opinion, maximum plus 33%. Opinion, improve opinion. Let's just take a quick look at the old wiki and see what it has to say about Hospitium. Hospitium. Okay, national idea. Oratory, this just says the same thing. Improve opinion maximum with no hyperlink. Improve opinion. Start the process fastly. Improve another state's opinion. That sounds like making other people like us, not necessarily us liking ourselves. So that's making our neighbors like us. If this is where we're going to be and we don't want to be aggressively fighting our neighbors, then having, them think that we're nicer people doesn't suck. So what is our choice? Increasing the loyalty of our generals and admirals, or making the people around us. So who am I more afraid of? Civil war or these slapjacks? I think that I'm more worried about the Civil War aspect. So we'll come in here and if we have loyal generals and admirals, then who's going to usurp us? All right, so we got the bonus plus 12%. All right, so the next thing that we are looking for here is a 30. A 30 to change this law of the Hillfort Initiative, and then we can drop some cheaper cities in. So that's our next real checkpoint. So let's let the time run. for a bit. All right, from one clan to another. One of our clan chiefs, Gunley Theotis, has suggested moving some of the people of Clan Dwamagar Gundred to his rule instead. Not only would they be under a new ruler that would be more loyal to us, but he has also promised to maximize the productivity of the people under his rule. Dwamagar Gundred, on the other hand, has made no such promises, yet simply moving people out of his clan's land would be seen as an aggressive action toward Dwamagar. Alright, so I don't see. I mean, it looks like Gundred is more loyal to me than the Theotis, you know. But the Theotis is likely to be the next tribal chief, so making him stronger and more loyal through this process sounds like not a bad move, right? Especially if eventually, if I end up becoming a monarchy while Theotis is in charge, um, let's look at these stats. So they're both marginal. This guy's, the Gunley Theotis is better. He's got the more zeal anyways. He's not as charismatic, but this guy's a toad also. This guy's got a little bit better. Anyways, let's quickly look at the families, power bases. Look at these power base numbers are really going down for everybody. It's interesting. That's fine. So the Hramdri, this is the clan, the main leadership. The Theotis, they've got the prestige. Their power base is not very high. The Gundreds is a little better. It sounds like if Theotis is going to be the man, that we need to kind of buff them up. So this will increase our centralization, which is something that we're trying to do. We don't want to lose centralization, so let's do it. Support them. All right. These are the Burgundians. These are allies and stuff that are moving out after that war with Cimbria. Anglia is 50% of the way to getting their trade route. We have to figure out how to get another trade route over here. There might be a building we can build or something in one of these places that could get a trade route. I don't know. Let's look at that. Avionia. Why do you have not the capital? So I feel like this fort here is good enough. I mean, I like that there's two forts, but this one is unnecessary, I think, because this one is the capital of the zone. So let's look. Do any of these, is there like a tribal settlement, build mine, barracks, fortress, port, pot migration, slave estate, provincial legation? I know these are all good. What can you do? Oh, I see. If I want to do this without getting a free one, it would cost me 76 political influence. So I'm going to have to start saving up political influence and paying attention to that stat so that I can get another trade route going down here. Okay, that's good to know. When this gets to 30, let's go ahead and increase the speed. Let me do something real quick. Let's check on, let's check, he's 14, so he's not old enough to marry. Those are siblings, no children here. What about here? Children 30, she's married. Sibling is 25, also married. I'm just checking to see if there's any family stuff I need to do. 12, seems like in a couple of years I will have to. When you're a monarchy, you can, when your kids are 12, you can like tutor them in a stat and help their stats to improve. I've never had that opportunity because I've only played as this tribal group. Let's just take a look at this map again real quick. This is interesting. Etruria is looking quite large and hopefully will give Rome a hard time. Rome, holy Moses, 2,200 guys there. That's just ridiculous. Terracia 397. You know, what have I got? 240. So I want to be the biggest fish in my lake up here. So, any kind of focusing on pop growth, we're going to try to do that. All right. Herulia 115. Burgundia 91. Bastarnia 45. And we got to watch out for these guys. Treveria 158, pretty high. Menapia 86. Okay, what about Caledonia? They're not, they got a good size area, but I feel like it looks like most of this is just impassable highlands. Let's take a look real quick at where we're at with our barbarian update. So 9.88. When these guys pop, they will raise 9 cohorts, which we'll be able to handle. And what else? That's out of our zone. This is somebody else's problem. This is our problem. This and the pirates that we have around that, once we become more civilized, we might be able to do something about. We've got pirates here, pirates here. That's our main pirate problem, and we'll want to address that. We'll probably want to pass a law that will allow us to fight the pirates better at some point, because our fleets clearly haven't been able to get the job done. Alright, let's do something here. Let's go back here. What do we got? We have 2 fleets, and we still have, has Theodos got someone that we could put into, okay, let's see. We've got Chief. This guy doesn't have a job. Let's see if we can make him an admiral again and get them off of our list. So let's come up here. Not that one, this one. Split it. There you go, Theodos. Man, is everybody? Yes! There's nobody scorned. Everyone's got good numbers here. It looks like Anglia is about to do their thing. We're still working on centralization. Nice. So everyone's happy. Happy Suionians. One thing I want to look at that I didn't look at in a while is the culture, because I brought in Cimbria. And Cimbria, if we look on the cultures, so they are, what does that say? Teutonian. So what have I got going on with the Teutonians? So the Cimbrians, non-integrated, but they have a lot of pops. I thought I was, what's going on here? Slavery imposed. So I put slavery on the Herulians and the Rugians. I might want to do something different here. Cultural acceptance. What's up with the Cimbrians? Non-integrated. There's 34 of them. I think I want to give them some rights. Cost me 5. Remember, I'm trying to get my political influence up. The Teutonians are integrated. Rights granted, disenfranchisement. Rights granted, cultural acceptance. Slavery. Yeah, I mean, there's only one of them. So he's a slave. The Anglians, I think I did slaves. There's not very many of them. The Saxonians. Rights granted. And there's only 10 of them now. I could probably switch that. And make them, the ones that are left, into slaves. What would that do? What's this, 15%? I feel like happiness is low. Primary culture happiness, 10%. Wrong button. Okay, so there's 5 tribesmen and 3 citizens. Cancel. Let's just cancel that. I mean, we don't want to make... So of those 10, 3 are citizens. Looks like most of our slaves are Rugian, Scutoni, and Suioni. Integration status. Show only integrated. Let it ride. We'll do what we can for the happiness. Alright, I think that, let's go here. Import. We want iron. We can't get iron. Why not? What are we gonna do? How are we supposed to complete that when we don't have access to the resource to even trade for it if we wanted to? There's iron over here, but how do we make that a thing? Anglia is importing at least 2 iron. Ms. Lenity. Hello, Ms. Lenity. Please feel free to click follow on my stream. I would appreciate it. Alright, well, we'll focus on this line, and we'll come down, and then maybe by the time we get down here, we'll have a better understanding of this whole iron situation. That's kind of disappointing. This will just keep checking from time to time and see if maybe, you know, someone that has iron is importing it to someone else. Maybe that'll fall through and we'll be able to do something there. And also when we get our political influence up, you know, maybe if we, you know, stick it over here someplace, or here even, maybe, well, this isn't part of the zone, so it's only within Anglia, but if we put someplace over here on this coast, maybe it'll open up the iron that's happening over here. That's all we can hope for, right? We'll test that when I have enough political influence to do it. Okay, so what's our next checkpoint? We're trying to get to 30 centralization. Let's check our levies real quick and make sure. Ooh, 14. So that's only 7 levies and 4, so that's 11 total. Gaining military experience here. That's always good. I just feel like, let's look at our pops here. 25 of 27. Okay, we want to look at our view pops info. So, I mean, we got 40% slaves. I mean, why are these guys not promoting up? Here we got a citizen will promote to a noble, that's good, but then we've got another tribesman demoting to a slave. How come these numbers aren't, you know, we've got way too many slaves for this percentage here. You know, this is under on freemen. You know, we're there on nobles, although this is going to go up. You know, our citizens is close. We're under on freemen. I feel like these slaves should be promoting if we got a problem. So I've got slave promotion is allowed. So we're not disabling that. Cultural assimilation. Slave is becoming Suionia. I don't know. We'll let it ride. I feel like that should naturally progress to that percentages of the population. So we shouldn't be just having only slaves there. $28. Liberation. The chiefs of Broborg have taken it upon themselves to free a sizable quantity of privately owned slaves. So this will help us with that, hopefully. We could intervene if we think it best. Letting slaves get too comfortable could have repercussions. For freedom, our guy would gain 5 popularity, and 2 of the slaves there. Remember we said there was too many slaves and not enough freemen. So let's definitely do that. That just very timely. Let's keep an eye on our neighbors when we are letting the speed go and the time pass. Things can happen quickly. 29. Okay, pause. Look, we got our 30%. So let's come to our laws. We've been waiting for this for a long time. What are we waiting for? I lack the 35 political influence to be able to do that. So I need to look for ways to get political influence. Looks like the ways are have nice people in those council positions, relations over diplomatic limits. So if I was going to fire one of my allies, I could get that number up. My ruler's corruption is obviously negatively impacting. Let me see if there's anything I can do about that. He says he's content. What holdings does he got? Our leader's got just a ton of holdings. It's interesting. Grant holdings, scheme influence. You know, this is nothing that's going to reduce his corruption, which is very high. He just needs to stop doing corrupt acts like, you know, siphoning funds probably. That's what he's been doing. So he's near death. He's going to die. Let's look at the government. Who is the man? It's looking like Theodos. He's 68, so he's not going to be doing it forever either. You know, he's got a lower. So we just gotta. What can we do? Is there any kind of we haven't done an. Seems like we didn't do an omen for a while. How much time is left on the omen? Nothing here's popped for a while. None of it is gained political influence though. Alright, what is the number? The magic number was 35, so we need to get 6. So if we're getting 6.5 per month, so it looks like about 10 months we'll get there, short of any other event happening. Red-handed. Several nights ago, Malagund Marabods was discovered helping himself to a sizable quantity of gold from the treasury. This is clearly a serious crime. He is our apothecary guy. He have him flogged. We lose 50 gold either way. I would gain 10 popularity. I feel like 100 must be the max, huh? It doesn't seem like anything that he's done has caused him to go below that, so I don't really need the popularity. That would hurt him, or we can make it go away, and this guy would become more loyal, and I would lose 10 popularity, and then I'll just check that real quick and see if it's actually dropped below 100, or if I've got more than 100 and it's just, no, it did drop me to 90, but then that gives me room to go up, I guess. It's going up by 2, so he's, you know, pretty popular guy. See what happens when he dies. 33. 34. What's this? Oh, he died. Balto died. Okay, after the death of Balto Hromdrid, the clan chiefs of Suionia met to elect a fierce and strong leader to shepherd our people in these ever-changing times. After much deliberation, Gundle Theodos was installed in a lavish ritual to which all clan dignitaries were invited. Many, however, were discontent, hoping to see themselves or someone more familiar at the head of the table. We must work towards mending rifts. I see I have a disloyal character. We must work towards mending the rifts and bring together all the chiefs. I have no choice. Every clan chief loses 15 loyalty for 5 years. Okay, both of the... Let's see who we got. Alright, so... The gods are weeping over the passing of Bauto. Our stability has decreased. Bauto Ramdrid died. Okay, let's look at this real quick here. We've got to get this under control. So I'm showing 4 clan chiefs. Our tribal chief is here. Tuamagar, he's here. And Kestrand Theodos is the chief of the Theodos clan. Let's go here though. This is our major families. As we don't have a representative here from Marrow Bodies. Elder. I don't know why these guys don't have a clan chief, but this guy's the head of the great family, so we want to put him on our radar over here. Sponsoring games, okay. Let's also, okay, so we got the Gundred, the Theodes, the Ramdri are a powerful family, so we need to keep track of these guys also. So let's put him up on our board here. Alright, and let's take a look at our main dude. He's got 269 gold of his own stash, no children. His wife is old. He's ailing health already. Deceitful, foolish, founder, okay, and weak-willed. Meh. Not too cool, but he's got some money, so this character loses his job. Well, we don't want to do that. He's sponsoring games. While having this ambition, the following effects are active. Monthly popularity +5, monthly wealth -5. The scheme will always succeed when the ambition is fulfilled. Rekharn will cease holding games. Alright, let's look at this Marcolis guy. He's, what, my bodyguard, and he's disloyal? We don't want a disloyal bodyguard. Look, he's healthy and he's 75. Let's, you wanna treat your bodyguard well. You always want to treat your shield well. Isn't that right? Septum, you still listening? You still hanging? You are there. I know you agree with me. I know you understand. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna give him some money. Alright. That wasn't enough, however, to get him to be totally successful. It says 51 here. It says 39.6 here. Maybe when I unpause. And it looked like that we still have no scorned families, so that's good. So everything is going according to plan. Let's check our... Okay, Theodos is on top of the power base. So that's good. We've got high prestige. This is all good stuff. So maybe let's take a look real quick at... This says current ruler will be dead. This says Gundred Let's look at the Gundred. Likely to be the next tribal chief, so we need to keep an eye on the Gundreds. They're currently in the green, but if they start to drop, we'll have to do something about that. We still don't have enough political influence to get, although this number has gone up because our ruler isn't as corrupt. I think, we need to decide. So we are not allied to Rodinia. We are allied with Chassia. We're allied with Burgundia. We need to assess kind of our allegiances a little bit, because that is causing us a political influence penalty to be. Let's look at this mercantile stance is giving us plus 25% national commerce income. Yeah, we'd need 30 to change the stance. So we're not going to change the stance because we want to save this money for when we change the law. So if we're going to keep that stance and we want to do away with this, then we might want to consider who we would want. Obviously we wouldn't want to get rid of Chassia. I mean, they're kind of defending one part of our border, and they're surrounding Suionia. They might start, if we weren't allied with them and they got pissed, they might think that they could do something here. Not that they could, probably, because we should be able to handle them. 21. Okay. All right. Well, we're getting very close. What was the number, 30 or 35? The number was 35. So we gotta, this says needs. You lack the 15 stability. It says our centralization is high. Price. So maybe when our stability goes up. What's this now? This isn't good. All right, we're starting to get some effects from the succession. We've got disloyal characters because 0% of the total power base are disloyal. Threshold, base, regional power, tyranny. Okay, well, let's just take a look. So we already tried to raise Gundred, but the Seat Theotis is a bigger deal. Friend and rival of the Admiral. So our options here, we can make friends and bribe. Let's start with bribe. Okay. I got him above 30. Brought him up to 41. All right, let's look at, I mean, we're down to 69, so we don't have a lot of money to be thrown around for bribery or making friends or anything like that. Looks like we've got a couple unassigned titles. Let's look at our families. 2-2, 2-2, 4-1. Okay, so we got a Hramdri. Definitely got to put a Hramdri into one of those jobs. So let's see what we got. So arbitrator. And the arbitrator is responsible for tribal relations. And remember, we're looking for a Hramdri here. Okay, so our top guy here is a Hramdri. If we wanted to put him in, that would make sense because he's the best man for the job anyways. So let's go ahead and do that immediately. And then the other guy, we could probably not have to care. Okay, so that took away the Scorned, which was giving us an issue with the Hramdri. And we still got our bodyguard, who's a problem. I mean, let's look at our bodyguard. He's getting old. He's going to die anyways. He's not one of the families. Okay, it looks like I don't have enough of something to be able to change him out. I see. I need a 20 stability to be able to. So I've got this disloyal. It says 51 here though. So I'm not really trusting this 39.6. Not sure what that's all about. But his culture, his personal culture is clearly not. So he's a Teutonian, and I think I made them all slaves or something. So they, if they're not happy, then he's not going to be happy. Let's see, what was I going to do? Okay, so let's look at our wise one. This guy's very wise, and he's not part of the families, but all the families are good, so we could just put a guy there on his own merits. Okrimer. And that's giving us more zeal. National citizen happiness plus 1.2. We definitely need that. Our people aren't super happy all the time. Now we got Cethiotis here. So we brought him up to 41, but you know, he's not green. But if we increase our own popularity, which is 78, as this goes up, then it looks like it is going in the positive direction. So when this gets up, you know, people obviously will like him better, and he's doing this games sponsorship thing, so hopefully that'll help him out. Okay. You know, we still need to consider, you know, do we want to be allied with Burgundia right now? Is that really important to us? You know, Chassia, that might make more sense. Rudignia, that might make, you know, or just, let's just, you know, we don't need Burgundia right now. It's hurting us more than helping us right now. So let's look at this. Dissolve the alliance. We need more political influence. Now they don't like us, but such is life. We cleaned up our problem here. We're getting more political influence. We'll hang on to Chassia. Barbarians, uh-oh. So these guys are going to try to do some damage to us. We should ready our troops and put down this rabble. Absolutely, we should. Okay, so let's go to our military. We've had to deal with these guys before. I don't know that we need to bother with these guys. Let's raise our levies here. And we'll send them over to deal with these barbarians. What's this say? They're in Erothia. Alright. What's this? They pillaged Erothia, causing enough damage to decrease civilization value by 9 points. That sucks. Omen. You can call down an omen. So we can increase our morale. That'll help our armies. Or we can boost the slave output, monthly ruler population gain. Remember, that was the thing. We're suffering in some of this department because of the low popularity of our leader, or I think that could, you know, be a factor. Revoked free hands. Can I give him free hands again? Has an office. Be unable to revoke his hands. Why? So I can't do it because he has an office? What's his office? Chief? Weird. Okay, well, if I can't do it, I can't do it. You know what I mean? Alright, let's go back to those omens. Provincial loyalty. So I've been doing the slave output thing, and you know, that's been good, but our leader's popularity is a factor. It's not much of a bonus, but some. It would get him to, you know, his popularity is going up by 0.43, so it would go up to 0.55, which would get him, you know, every 2 months would be a point. So, you know, a year or so he'd be maxed, and the omen lasts for 5 years. So I don't know that I need to do that. He's going to max himself anyways pretty soon. Doesn't need the omen to do it. It's not like his popularity's in the toilet. War exhaustion. Let's just keep doing what we've been doing. It's been working. Don't mess with success, as they say. Okay. These frickin' barbarians, man. Gotta figure out how to raise the civilization in this zone. Take out these barbarians. I think it'll start happening when we become a monarchy and stuff. Looks like they're heading down the coast. Let's move our guys to the right zone. Ugh, jerks. You will pay for this, barbarians. Newfound tribesmen. After certain disagreements internally in Chassia, a group of tribesmen have left Amseveria and they are looking for a new home in Visurgis. Though they are somewhat different to our own people, let's try to figure out. Oh, Visurgis. So this is our place. So this is saying we're going to take Chassians and move them into Visurgis. Surely integrate them. On the other hand, accepting these exiles from Chassia could put us at odds with their old home. The tensions are already running high between the two groups, and we should carefully consider if it is worth it. Suionia is always open. Saxonians. I think we already have some Saxonians. So having more Saxonians isn't a bad thing, especially if we set them to slaves. I don't want to. I'm almost there on the changing the law. So let's see how many we get. How many are they going to give us? We bring sad news. Castrand Theotis died from the advanced stages of a venereal disease at the age of 73. He was a friend of the elder and a rival of the admiral. Okay. No big loss there. Looked like we only gained one Saxonian out of that whole deal. Here's our 35 political influence that we need for that law. It looks like these barbarians are on the run now. Looks like they're trying to head for... No, they're coming towards me. It's fine. Alright, go to the laws. Let's do this. I've been waiting for this for a while. Hillfort Initiative. It's going to increase our centralization by 0.1. It's going to change the cost of the cities, and it's going to increase our tribesmen's output. Okay. Look at our stability is really, really bad. And our political influence is also low. So we need to get those up. It's not a good position to be in. First we'll take care of these barbarians. Unfriendly neighbors. After we accepted their tribesmen into Visurgis, it seems Chassia have declared us an enemy of their nation, as we worried about. They did not care much for us agreeing to take on some of their tribesmen. We should make sure to look out for potential hostilities from our neighbors now that our relationship is soured to this point. Otherwise, we might all find ourselves at the wrong end of a pike. Let them come, indeed. Not really worried about them. They are our ally still, I believe. I mean, they still have a real positive opinion with us. They didn't, dropped us by 29, but it's fine. No worries. Back to the barbarians. Ah, those jerks. Where does our civilization level here? 18.39%. Barbarians defeated. We get some gold that one pops were captured and distributed as slaves. Alright. Disband the levies. Let's go back to our economy and reduce the army maintenance and the fort maintenance currently. Let's get our money improving. We have the law we wanted. So one thing we need to look at real quick. Oh hey, Payne. Welcome aboard, buddy. It does help if you're signed in. Certainly does. Alright, let's look at we had designated a couple of city locations during our last stream. And we need to find those. Hey Daz. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. Drinking some coffee. We're just sorting through all the problems. So you can see that we've got a nice shaping Scandia here. We're about to add a couple new cities. We just changed some laws. We're getting our centralization up someday soon. We'll have to check and see what our next level is, and we're gonna hopefully, become a monarchy here pretty soon. Man, all these people who are not loyal. It's not good. Okay, where was I? Oh yeah, the city list. Okay, so I got Kinda and Rekharn. Let's take a look. I feel like Rekharn. Alright, Rekharn is salt. What was the other one? And Kinda is furs. Let's look at which ones are in the holdings of Theodos, because he'd probably want to put cities into his own holdings. That would increase his power, right? Ailing, 70. Not good. So the other thing we need to consider is that he's going to die before we who is here now? Is everybody who's here on the list? Okay, this is our head of Theodos. Hramdrid, he's there. Gundred, this guy. Dwamagar Gundred. Okay, that's him. And who's this? Marcobold Meribades. Now he is the chief. This guy is not the chief. So we need the chief to be on the picture here. Not the apothecary. Is this apothecary, is he like the house head or something? Is that why we put him on there? Probably. It says he's a chief. Chief of Fromdry. Okay, who was the guy? Oh, Meribades. Yeah. But, he's gonna die. He's not important. Let's just put our chiefs up there. Get a better look at the loyalty problem. Okay, we got a queued event here. Bountiful Harvest. Word has arrived. This year's harvest is exceptionally good in the territory of Ragnaresia. Whilst the merchants may be holding their heads in their hands, the people rejoice at the plummeting price of bread. The people should rejoice. Gain stability. We do need to do that. Or we could gain a bunch of gold. I think that we need stability more than we need gold at this point. Okay, that's good. All right. Now then, we were looking at who is the holding. We got to consider the future of who's going to become which of these families when I establish a monarchy, and then that becomes the permanent family. Who's that going to be? Which of these families is it going to be? It's a roll of the dice. We got to pretty much double um, where we're at. No, 40 stability. Oh no, that's the stability. So we got to get our stability up, we got to get our centralization up, and we've got to maintain the loyalty. And so it's just a measure of, who is it going to be? It's going to be random. Let's not entirely random. It's going to be based on time. So right now it looks like the front runner is the Gundreds. So if we look at, what holdings does he got? What holdings have these Gundreds got? Does it even matter? So let's look at the families. There's a couple. Dwamagar, he's the chief. But these other Gundreds, where's all their power base coming from? Dwamagar has the power base, but where is his power base coming from? Holdings, it says plus 0.65, which means he must have some holdings. So it says I can't revoke holdings. So how do I know what holdings he has? All right. We're just going to go to Rekarn and kinda. Hey Kai, how's it going? Hope you're feeling better. Look at my country, Suionia, Scandia. See it compared to other places in the area. We've got, a lot of size on these people. We don't have the most pops though, 249. I think Teresia, look, they've got almost double our pops. Yeah. So I really like that I've got it down to where this is my border. This is my hostile border, and Chasia here, these guys are my ally. So I'm trying to, get my place more civilized, more centralized. I'm trying to become a monarchy. I'm trying to get my centralization up. Um, Everyone here should know Kai. She's got her own Twitch channel. She's very close to 50 followers. Everyone should go and follow her and get her above 50 and talk her into streaming again, regular, and get her more active on doing that again because we love you and we want to see you do that if you want to. If you don't want to, whatever. But if you want. Alrighty, where am I at? So yeah, we've been having a lot of successions. The guys that keep taking over the tribe are all these old guys all the time, and so then they keep swapping it between families back and forth. But we've just changed some laws to make building cities less. So one of our missions here is to throw 3 or more cities into East Gothia, and then we can do this. It will increase our population growth in the main capital, which is Broborg, which is up here. And then we'll move down here to developing East Gothia. What does it say? 3 or more buildings with no free building slots. We'll just have to build things like crazy. So that'll be interesting. If anyone has played this game before and can advise on any of these things, please feel free to do so. Winging it, but we're gonna put in a couple of cities, and then once we do that, we'll start developing those cities and see how that goes. All right, so we had isolated kinda and Rekarn for cities. So let's go put those in. Rekarn is here. Then it'll be competing for pops with but they're spread out a little bit. Kinda can draw from here. Rekarn can draw from here, and we'll have Broborg will draw from here. Maybe I'll actually go in and look at those, click things and hope for the best. Yeah, no kidding. That's kind of how I've been doing it. And then it's like, and then between sessions, I'll go, oh, I made horrible mistakes, and then I'll fix it in the next one. And so far, it's working. I don't think I've done anything game breaking. I've averted some civil wars here today. I'm gonna have to keep my eyes on that. Veneta. Do we not want a city on Veneta? Fish, nah. Okay. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. Every time a guy dies, then everything is an uproar. I got my stability is pretty low. My political influence is really low. Those are things that you need to do to make decisions and stuff. So I got to get those. I got to build those numbers back up. Rekarn. Settlement. Let's see. Revoke city status. Found city. Oh man. Look, it's not just about gold. It's about political influence also. So it's not enough that I spent all my political influence to change the law that allowed me to do cities for less, right? It also costs political influence to actually create the city. So you can see where we're at there. We're going to have to. How many generations have I played in the game so far? Does this game have generations? It certainly does. Um, and thank you for reminding me that I should probably check into that. So I'm on the third tribal leader. There's been two successions. It's gone through some different families. Um, and these are my powerful families that were from the original when I was just Suionian. You know, these are the Suionian nobility families, I would say, the clan chiefs and stuff of these different family lines. And so they've been, when one dies, it here it tracks the succession support for the next tribe to take over. And then, of course, the other ones all get upset at the one that takes over until it settles out for a while. You got to pay them off and reward them and give them jobs in the council and whatnot. Um, and they do have families. This guy doesn't. Let's see, Gundred. So he's got children, and you got to look for them. And then when they age up. So like when this one here turns 15, if this was my primary family. Like right now, this the Otis clan is. If he had children, I would need to find spouses for them. You got to find spouses for yourself, and then those become political marriages that will increase um, the loyalty of the clans who are married into the main line and stuff. So this stuff definitely is a factor. Also, I'm still it's still being passed around. So like I say, it had the title of tribal chief hasn't gone down through the family line to have been a generational thing like that. Both of the prior clan chiefs had daughters, and so I think that's a factor that the way that the laws are set up for this particularly tribal area, I think that it's through they want sons, and since they've had daughters, it's gone to a different family. Yeah. Yeah, so I've had some interesting marriages. I married a young guy to like a 60-year-old lady one time by mistake because I thought that because she had high stats and I didn't look at the age and what I mean. This is one of my clicking on things like you're talking about, um, and and just having things happen and learning. I clicked on another girl who was like actually hated that there was like some sort of rivalry going on in the family, and so I had to give her like a bunch of gold for her to be okay with it. I had to raise the dowry up instead of her being fine with the thing, and I made it happen anyways because it was going to cost me political influence to backtrack. And then if I couldn't find someone better, I couldn't go back to her for 5 years, kind of a deal. So there's a lot of stuff like that. But the difference between this game and like CK3, Crusader Kings 3, as I was talking about earlier, is that this one you're just trying to maintain a stable nation, and so it doesn't matter. These different families can take over and be the ruler without losing the game. But if you keep, if these guys get disloyal and want to do a civil war, and if you lost the civil war, it'd be game over. So I'm trying really hard to not have my place fragment up. All of these different guys have owned different tracts of land in here and stuff, and I'd like for them to all be friends by the time I get to be a monarch, and then hopefully they will be supportive of whichever family is in control at that time. And I don't have a lot of long term. Obviously I have. This is the best game I've ever played of this so far. As far as man, these guys are getting big if they keep encroaching up. So what I consider what my future area is going to be is, or what I would like is this brown bit that I'd want the Rhine on my south. I want these mountains here, these Germanic cultural groups. If people start trying to come across these mountains, I got to look at it. Well, and the farther down I go, the more exposed I would be, obviously, to dealing with all these other people. And then, if Rome is going to come up or whatever. Um, I was just watching a movie last night. Elle and I were watching Red Bad, which is a story about some old Frisian stuff, uh, pre pre CK3 era. So it's like I don't know, 600, 700 AD kind of stuff, and it was talking about the Franks uh, attacking into Frisia, and that the Rhine was the border that they crossed and attacked into Frisia. There is a cutoff date, yeah, and I'm going to stick to that date. I had contemplated putting some modifications on to play longer. This game stops short of where CK3 starts. Um, I don't remember the exact date, but there's like a gap of like 800 years or something like that. And I'll just be happy to survive to the end of the where the game is supposed to end, as opposed to adding an extra 800 years. You know what I mean? Which is like more than the length of the game in the initial. It's like I don't need to give Rome another 800 years to come all the way up here. You know what I mean? If I can survive to the end date, I'm gonna call that a win, and I'll take that end file and I'll put it into CK3 and go from there. And we'll call the blank. We'll just call that the Dark Ages, and let it be the Dark Ages, and no one will know what happened during that period. And we'll just start from there and see what happens. You know what I'm saying? That works for me. There's just nothing written from that time. All right, so I do not have. I was going to build some cities. I do not have the political influence to be able to do that. So I will be gaining a point per month, but to get to where I need to be without events or things happening to help boost this. And look, my corruption is impacting this number, so I need to try to be less corrupt if possible. When I'm like bribing these guys and stuff, it's increasing my corruption. So, oh yeah, awesome. Um, CK3 is fun. It's the only game of all these games that I know how to play and play well. I've developed nations that were, from here to, wiped out the Catholics, have land down here and here. I have multiple empires and stuff. Matilda, where's Matilda? Is that Africa? Is that an Africa thing, or is it Ireland? Ireland is kind of easy mode on but if I can start with this, I know that there'd be, you know, and I'll probably hopefully have more than this, but if I started CK3 with this, I'd have, at least like Kingdom of Denmark. I might need to have some more of this to have all of Denmark, but this is where I'll advance into next if I can. Oh, in Italy. So you're a Catholic. But yeah, no, this would if I could start with this. Usually when I play CK3, I just start as like a single count somewhere. I try to make it very hard for myself. Like the last game that I played and had really good success at, also, I took like the lone pagan. He was like the lone pagan count in Lotharingia. You know what I mean? And so immediately his uncle tried to like depose him, and somehow I had an alliance with somebody over here, Jorvik, through marriage, and then he came and saved me, and then I was able to survive, and then eventually was built a stronghold, and then conquered everything after that, and that went really well. But so like that's how in that game I've set some pretty hard challenges for myself, or like I want to take out the Pope so that I don't have to worry about the Crusades happening, and so I make that a priority, and that's it's gone really well for me. So I know that if I started with something like this, I would be able to probably you never know, right? Anything can happen, but um, I'd be starting with way more advantage than I usually give myself. And so the chances of being able to establish a huge empire there, which, then when I went on to these other games that I haven't ever played, Europa Universalis, Victoria, Hearts of Iron, I want to start with as large of a land base as possible that, might get impacted, when I head into those, because, I'm doing all these on Ironman, which is the challenge that I'm setting myself. No do-overs. There is no tomorrow. All right. Let's unpause. We gotta get our political influence up, and we're really stockpiling gold too. But I gotta figure out. I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna go to the wiki on political influence and see if there's something else that I could be doing to um, raise that other than that whole corruption thing. Political influence. Maybe there's something I could do. Represents how much power and political capital country and its ruler have. Stability claims creating strong ruler with a wide base of support. Oh, you know what it is? It's it's loyalty in my council. You know, when these guys are more loyal, they will help me with my political influence too. Political influence generated monthly, primarily given by the country's office holders. Yeah, let's look at this picture. So that shows, so the more loyal those guys are, the higher my political influence can go. So, huh. And look at 50, 59, 65, 72, 54. So some of these guys could be higher, but a lot of these guys are also here because they either have the good stat or because of a political balancing act with trying to not have scorn the families that are under me. So I'm already kind of in that situation, and I don't have the stability to change any of these guys anyways because my stability has to be over 20. So I'm kind of stuck with these guys unless one of them dies. All right, well, let's just let it roll. Let's check my military. 18, 22. So I've got 22 levies. You know, that's pretty strong. Not really worried about getting invaded right now. We've dealt with the barbarians, so they need to build up again before they have the ability to pop again. Probably. I mean, there's always a chance. Let's see. So if they did pop right now, they'd 11 cohorts. So they're definitely getting tougher every time. March of time. Age finds us all in the end. Even the priests and surgeons shake their heads when confronted with the inevitable decline of the human body, as Gundlay Theodos is finding out he may not have much time left, so we're going to lose another tribal leader. How sad. He's got the gout. There it is. Not long for this earth. Alright, let's come down here. We've got money. Let's build some more ships. Let's try to replenish our... What do we got? 6. Let's build another 9 ships. We've got money that we're not doing anything with. We haven't had much naval success, but let's rebuild our power there. We don't want to be too far behind the 8 ball on that. Let's look at our techs. Nothing happening here tech-wise. I don't understand that either. You know, we should have some nobles and slaves, citizens. These guys should be doing something technology-wise. Monthly efficiency, 0%. Happy, so we need happy citizens. Maximum efficiency cannot be higher. I don't know why they're not doing anything. Spreading population. Lately, our people have started to move out of Svimreos. Let's see where this is at. And begun spreading out across our lands. It will be almost impossible to keep our people united if central authority is weak. If we wish to keep our tribes as unified as they have been for a while, we will need to take more active measures. Our magistrate, Baldo Merobades, believes our people can be reasoned with, while our war chief, Duamagan Merobades, recommends a more hands-on approach. So they're both from the same family. Force will be used. We'd gain tyranny, and we would gain centralization, which we want. Or we could spend the political influence that we don't have, or we could lose centralization. So we'll go with the tyranny. We'll gain some tyranny. One of these stats up here is tyranny, isn't it? Oh yeah, here. So we got a 0, so we got tyranny we could do it. It's fine. And we're losing tyranny. Okay, I'm looking at these parameters. They're in the green now. What's this? Uh-oh. Disloyal character. Probably because I didn't back him in that. No, that was Meribades that I wasn't backing. Okay. My corruption is 22. I would gain a corruption if I bribed him. Do I even have the money to bribe him? He's about to die. He does have some money. So let's see. I probably don't want to make friends. Let's just bribe him. It's going to cost us 5 political sanctions. It's fine. Make friends. No, that didn't work the last time and it was very costly. Okay. Everybody's happy. Look at this. What is that? It's Catanacia? Who's this? Someone is moving into this area. Catanacia? Where are they coming from? Down here? This is weird. Very strange. I wonder if they're gonna try to come up here. It's fine. Not too worried about it. Pause. Military tradition. Alright, so we've been working on this line down here, and there's no reason for us to stop. We've kind of committed to it, so let's keep doing it. So this will increase our heavy infantry offense, which if we look at our levies, we do have some heavy infantry component, so we'll keep going, because this down here will give us Celto-Italic influence, and then when we have that, what does it give us? Unlocks Italic traditions, which is here, and from here, what's the one we want? One of these, oh yeah, Castra. We can construct border forts, and that's cool. Might come in handy at some point. Alright, let's go back and do that tradition thing we were talking about. Strong arm. While most of our warriors eschew the protection afforded by mail, our strong-armed and well-equipped javelin throwers clad themselves in armor and can hurl iron-tipped spears capable of punching through plate armor, flesh, and bone. Cool. Okay. Death. Gundrum Meribades died of a heart attack. He was the elder. He was a member of the Meribades clan. Alright, let's take a look at the families. Okay, so everybody is not scorned. They're all content with their jobs. So that means for us that we probably, since we are trying to raise our political influence, we want to stick a very loyal and qualified person into this position. So the most qualified person is Wallow Hramdrid, which is also one of our loyal families. But if we wanted to try to improve our political influence, and I believe that that's based on the loyalty. How do we know that for sure? Well, we can go back to the wiki and see. I don't know if it's because of their quality or their loyalty. So we need to determine that. Generate monthly based on, which is primary, based on their loyalty values. Yeah, loyal characters produce more political influence than disloyal ones. So it would make sense for us to put the most loyal guy possible into that position, since this is the direction that we're wanting to go. And I see that, these Mirabades guys are super loyal. So we'll go with this guy up here, Theodo. He's got a 5. So he'll go up by 10, so he should have like a 71 or something like that, and that will boost this number, and let's watch it go up so we understand. There. Nice. Okay. Learning. How we doing? How we doing, fam? Let me know how you're doing, everybody. All right. Where are we at with the laws? We've got some other stuff down here. This bureaucratic system, what do we need? Where are we at? Centralization has to be 50. We're at 42. So we're really going up in the centralization. And so that was a thing. And let's look at our government, right? Because we want to, it's not there. Here it is, investigate tribal reform. So we have to get our stability up to 40 and our centralization to 60. So I feel like there's a law change that is going to happen before that, and that was at what, 50 did we say? Yep. So when that gets to 50, we'll have to look at that. Now that's going to cost us political influence as well. So that's really becoming our choke point, is at the political influence and stability. So we got to just keep farming it. This is going to take time. And their tribal chief is getting old, 72. He's ailing. He's still... Okay, somebody died. Inger Malogris. He was the governor of Germania. He was a Suionian minor character. Okay, so let's see. Lack of governor in Germania. So culturally, I believe we're wanting a Saxon here. Let's look. Let's look at a Saxonian. So we're going to want to find another Saxonian to put in there to keep them happy and in line. This guy's also going to be the leader of that levy. So we want to also consider his martial stat. So what's the magic? Okay, Romerician, Suioni, 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 Romerician, Suioni, Suioni, Suioni. Where's my Saxonians? Are any Saxonians? That's it. So there's no Saxonians that are up for the job. We must have bred them all out, huh? I got 11 Saxonians here. How come they must not be living in that area? All right. So if it can't be a Saxonian, then we might want to just make it the best man for the job, right? We want to go for, looks like are we rating them by, they're rating it by finesse. Is that really the highest finesse? Okay, there we go. We got a Gundred. So this is showing us both their finesse and their martial stat. So we need to balance those. Why is this just a 6? I mean, there's higher. I just wanted to do it by... Oh, let's see. Let's go up here. Okay, try again. Here we go. So we've got good old Theodemund Segamandrus, who's 70, and he'll be dying soon. His total, let's just do it like this. Let's just add these two stats together, and then whoever's got, the highest number that way. So we got 8 and 4 is 12. 8 and 4 is 12. 7 and 5 is 12. And then these other guys drop off. Here's a 12 down here. What do we got here? 8. 8. So all these guys down here are garbage. So we got 3 12s, so let's rate the 12s. I think one thing we want to look at is their age, right? We want to have a younger rather than an older because he'll be in the job longer and he'd be able to do it. We'll also look at their traits and see if any of the traits that they have would be any good. So Theodoman Sigmander 70. You know, they're rating him pretty high. You know, this guy is higher at Marshall. He's 30, he's younger, right? So he's merciful. Maybe they would like that there since he's not of their right group, and he's proud. Local fort defense, right? Is there even a fort here? Maybe there should be a fort here, as he's down there by himself. Might be a factor. Might want to build a fort there. Looks like there's a port there, which I might not need. Trade a port for a fort. I don't know. All right, let's look. So I think that this Marabades guy might be better than Sigmander just because he's so old. He's assertive. If he's a governor, his commerce is good. I mean, he's a good governor. We could just put him in until he dies, and then we'll just have to put somebody else in after that. This guy is prominent. Great wonder. Yeah. All right, Sagamandrus, you've convinced me with your assertiveness. Okay. Now let's look at Lycurgus is the capital, so eventually this will be the place. So let's go ahead and ditch that port like we were talking about and build a fort here. Because why not? Okay. Cool. Let's go back to building our political influence so we can drop cities and change laws. Remember, we're looking for this to be 50, it was 40 something? 50 here. And not that. Here. 60 here. So 40 was nothing, I guess. What's this? Civilization level greater than 40. What makes up this? Settled tribe, positive centralization, oratory advances. Actual advances. Not getting a lot of advances, that's for sure. So we've got Scandia and a little bit of Germania now. Okay. This is our Germania. Death. Hildgain 73. He was our researcher. Hildgains, that's not one of our families. Families are all still happy. That means we can go for loyalty here. Or we want really good. Okay, look, we've got some positive efficiency on our research. So we want to put somebody that's just our top man on the job. So it just happens to be Marabades. He'll give us a 70% there, which is down from where we were before. But that's our man. Okay. All right, everybody's green. Building a fort, building fleet. What's this? Incendiary slave speaks in tandem, a hot-headed slave with a talent for oration by the name of Maloric. Mal as a prefix means bad or evil. So, evil Auric has been stirring up his fellow bondsmen in the settlement of Tannum. The local authorities have so far managed to keep the situation under control, but the brazen fool continues to hold forth on the corruption and unfairness of the political system, with Gunlay Theodos receiving honorable mentions. Slave population of the entire province of Ultima Thule has by now heard of his exploits, and the city elites and slave owners are demanding immediate action to ensure the status quo is not disturbed further and any slave rebellion is crushed before it can be allowed to foment. So Tannum is here, and it's the capital of Norway, which is this part right here, or what will be Norway someday. Okay, round up the troublemaker and his supporters and crucify them. So we'll gain 10 popularity. I'd max out his popularity. We'd kill one slave in Tannum. Slave movement crushed. Slave happiness drops. Suionia gains tyranny. Divide the group and deal with the leader. I gain 5. Local slave output would drop, and we would lose political influence. Well, certainly not going to do that. This Malort could be useful. We'd still lose political influence. Or what of it? We'd lose stability. We don't want to do any of those things. Let's go back up here and crucify the guy and get popularity and have unhappy slaves and not worry about it. Excellent. Malagund has died from overwork at the age of 80. He was the apothecary and head of the Merobades clan, but not the chief. So now I'm wondering if this is this. No, it's a different guy. He's wearing a different shirt. Let's look at the pictures. Merobades. So the chief is now the head also of the clan. Everybody's content here. Looks like apothecary, so we can go for loyalty here. We got a 66 as the head man, who is still of the same clan. Man, those guys are good. Those are my favorite guys. It'd be nice if I could try to somehow manipulate them into being the monarchy. I'll have to look at that. Maybe I can give them a boost somehow. I'll have to figure that out. This is one way. We'll make the apothecary Malavendus 80 loyalty. Excellent. All right, let's, while we're here, take a look at the Gundrids are definitely getting the support here because of martial, finesse, charisma, zeal, clan chief. So his total is 12, 14, 18, 22. That doesn't add up. Doesn't add up. Okay, this guy, 185. He's got shit finesse. That doesn't help him. Charisma is good. Zeal, clan chief. Modifiers are not good enough. So clearly Gundrid right now is the guy. And the reason why Theodos isn't, it's not going to be Theodos probably is because of this, is my guess. He doesn't have, I've never seen yet that the guy had the children to inherit and have it go that way. So let me look at Gundrid, because he's going to be the guy. His kids, 35. What do we got? Man, all these guys have daughters all the time. No offense to daughters, you know, but I'm trying to understand that mechanic. Let's look at this guy. He's 18. He's married. Okay. 11. 14. Okay, we will deal with it when it comes. Working on our centralization, working on our political influence. It's going to be another deal where we're going to get to the centralization number and we'll have just enough to change a law or something, and we'll burn up all of our political influence and we're not going to be able to get the city. But we're working on it. Okay, so this will, if we do this, it will increase our centralization and our pop promotion speed. Okay, those are good things. And remember, we're trying to get to, what was it? 60. So we'll probably get there pretty soon. We can keep building our stability and our political influence. Another death. M. Gundred was murdered. He was the head of the Gundred family and friend of the clan chief of the Ramdry. So it's interesting. He didn't pop any, he wasn't doing anything other than, and he was the head, but he wasn't the clan chief, so he didn't cause anything there. The current head of the Gundred is this guy. So, and the chief is the second guy. Chief, tribal chief, Tormgast. Be interesting when he becomes the head of the, he'll probably become a war chief. Okay. We're rolling in gold. We need to, maybe I need to build something. Maybe I should build some things in the capital, since I have to do that anyways. Let's get them building something here. So we've got one library, one academy, one fortress, 24 of 27. So what can we do here? Tax office would increase the civ level. Port, nah. Aqueduct, we don't have enough civ to do that here. So the only choices we have are another academy, another library. We've got 4 slots to fill. A granary. What's the thing here? Wood. Let me look at what we got. See if there's a way to improve wood. Trade good wood. What about marketplace? What does that do? Trade routes plus 2.5 doesn't help us down there. Base trade routes. Training camp. There was something about slaves. Maybe we need to do something for mill, tax office, training camp. I mean, marketplace is never bad, right? Okay, build a marketplace. Pause. Hildwald Hramdred died. All these guys are aging out, man. Clan chief of the Ramdry. So then we got a new Ramdry. Let's see what that's going to do to us. Could change succession. So Sigric Ramdry is the new chief of the Ramdry. Very poor health. 36. Vengeful, zealous, inflammation. Assertive. Skeptical. Do I control him? Let's have him seek treatment. So we, yeah, no. Let's spend 200 to, I mean, what would that do for you, for the loyalty? No, it doesn't do anything for loyalty. So let's go back to see if that affects. Now we're still looking at Gundred's taking over. He's ailing, intelligent, prominent, assertive, selfish, and stressed. Okay. Got our guys up. What's this? Researcher needed. Let's check our families, because sometimes when they die, drops them out. 2, 2, 2. Haramdri. So we need to put a Haramdri into the job of religious advances. We got our best guy here is a Haramdri guy, so let's do it. Let's put him in. Okay. Shouldn't be scorned anymore. Drop off the scorned. Come on. I did the deal. That should have worked. Okay, let's look at our fleet. We'll come here. No, not it. All right, see if there's a Haramdri to put here. All right, we'll put another Haramdri into the job. Steadfast. Why? Now see, look. This guy, it's not counting as this guy. It is. This guy must be like a cousin or something. That he's not going to help. All right, well, we'll put you in. Why didn't that help? Oh, it did. No, it didn't. It says they all consider themselves scorned. Why? What? No. Influence of the Theotis family. The fate of the tribe and that of the Theotis family is and always will be intertwined. It is therefore a matter of great urgency that there are currently not enough Theodian persons of quality ready to shoulder the responsibilities of the state. Okay, who we got? Marobad. He's not any good. Twotimer. Oh, man. Well, let's look. So 12, 16, 18 versus 12. So Marabad, let's put you in. All right, 2 of 3. Oh, scorn. So something's happened that has really changed the number. It used to be these used to be 2s, 2 of 3, 2 of 3, 2 of 3, 2 of 3. So something's happened to make them all want more positions. So let's the only place I can really grow the things is is make them all admirals, you know what I'm saying? So let's see what we can do here. In the Navy, here we go. Okay, let's find another. Okay, well, now that took care of our scorned family problem. We just put them all in the Navy. 3, 3, 3, 5, 3, 3, 3. Excellent. All right. Well done, Theotis. Or Teotis, as they say. Did you like that? To sea with you. Get them off the land where they could cause problems. And we're trying to get our political influence up now. So we were wanting to, real close here, we're going to get our centralization, and then we're probably going to come and just do a law. We'll probably come down here and do monthly centralization, monthly political influence now. So that would, this is like pop promotions. We probably want to spend the money here because we want to, yeah, we're going to increase our centralization, but we're also going to be increasing our political influence. Even though we're spending political influence, we'll be gaining it also. So we'll probably go here, is my guess, as soon as we get to 50 here. Stability increased. Excellent. Pause. I hear a noise. Omen. All right. Herulia is growing. 118. 262 for us. Burgundia 96. So we're still the largest power in our area, but we've got these guys lurking out here. These guys have double our pops, which means they probably have double our um, levies. And then they have an alliance with Castaneda here, who's this? Cadenatia, yeah. These guys are growing into this space that Verinia left. And they have this also. And they have this also. So they're doing some weird stuff. Oral traditions. That's funny. All right, let's go back to our omens. We're looking at our religion, and we've been doing this national slave output. This number looks less. I don't know why. I thought it was 12 before. War exhaustion is fine. Don't have to worry about that. Our popularity of our leader. He's totally popular. He's also old and gonna die, so we don't want to waste our omen on that. No cast a spell at war cost. I mean, if we felt like expanding into this, um, you know, that would save us the costs on that if we wanted to attack Redignia, but we were wanting to do that before so that we could get into this land that Cadenacia has taken, and we're still just trying to build up. We got money to build up, but we don't have. I want to build cities, so let's just stay away from the war for now, and we'll do this. Well, this has been working for us. This is like our primary goddess here. Is it Nahalinia, patron goddess of commerce and trading? We've definitely been growing soft, I suppose. Yeah, but we're growing in other ways. We're growing our economy, and we're growing hopefully our pops and our happiness. I don't want to get, I've got a really good, border right here right now. I don't want to get super exposed until I get turned into a monarchy, which is coming up pretty soon. My centralization is going up quite fast. It's going up pretty fast. And so once I do that, then hopefully it'll be more solid. I won't have all these war chiefs causing problems necessarily. I'll be able to put generals in place based on their ability rather than just the fact that they're the chief of one of the families or whatever. So we're learning too. Janza, welcome, buddy. Let me catch you up. I'm glad you're here. You see, I took out Cimbria. We've become a settled tribe. Our centralization is heading upwards. We are just now to the point where we can come in here if we wanted to and do another law here. We have enough political influence to do it. Um, the other thing that I've been trying to do but haven't been successful at, I've had my tribal chiefs just dropping off left and right, and then one of the other clans taking over the reins, and then having to deal with disloyal families and stuff like that. We've definitely been able to avert any kind of civil wars and stuff, which is good. We've kept everything tight. This is our choke point border right now, which Umbra's trying to get me to move out and attack. But I'm resisting right now because um, trying to I got all this money. I want to build these cities because I've passed this law to get the Hillfort Initiative going, but it costs so much political influence to build a city. I haven't been able to do it. So I mean, question is, do I want to spend 35 political influence and drop this back down to 11? I'd be increasing the centralization. I'd be increasing the political influence. Definitely getting hammered by the corruption from having to bribe all these disloyal families all the time. My leader's gonna die. He's old, poor health. I don't know when he's gonna die. Pretty soon, could be any moment. And then the Gundrids are gonna take over. Um, then it's going to be a big dice roll as to, which of these families is going to be in charge of Suionia at the time that I establish the monarchy, right? Because that's here when I get centralization to 60, and we're getting close to that. And to do that, what else I'll have to have? I'll have to have the stability, which is, so I need to, if I jack with the laws, I think that's going to affect my stability too. So maybe we don't want to do that. Maybe we just not do that. That's cost me 15 stability. It's hard to come by. Um, my people are not happy. I need to do some things to change the happiness. No. What? Change the law? No. Not gonna do it. Umbra, you're like the devil on my left shoulder, and don't like it. Put them on a boat. Yeah, no, that worked. That's a different deal. That's when they're scorned. That's when there's these positions that they need to have to keep them happy. It's different when the pops are unhappy. That's all the slaves and all the different culture groups that I have that are all unhappy for various reasons, mostly because I've made some of them slaves, and some of them I've made into good citizens and whatever. Um, I need to, clearly the bulk of my population is tribesmen and slaves, and I don't know. Yeah, yeah. So help me out. I've got my capital. I built a marketplace here. Um, until I can get a couple more cities going, because one of my missions is going to be, once I build the cities, I have to have them not have any available building slots to get they fully develop them. So I thought that since I've got all this money, clearly I've got time, I've got to get my political influence up. What should I be building here that would be a best benefit in your opinion? Um, this would increase the slave happiness if I built a mill. So that's a thing. Uh, Tribesman happiness would be another thing, I guess, because they're all unhappy. One man power one. What does that mean? Second from right, top row. Training camp? Yeah? What's this do? Manpower, one manpower. Okay. All right. We'll build one of those. We got money to spare. All right. We're building a training camp. We're building. My navy has been wiped out by pirates, so I'm trying to build that up again. And all right, so what are we trying to do? So we're going to not do that law. We're saving up. I think that um, when you say check resources, you're talking about that, or what do you find a farm and mine? So the places you were talking about me building cities at are, I think it's Rekarn, which is salt, and Kinda, which is furs, stone, far left. Here. This is a mine. You think a mine here? Huh. And what'll that do? Build a mine. Local civ level +5. So you know what we need to do is increase the civ up here. I have had to fight off 2 waves of barbarians. But let's there's a mine. So is there anything I can do up here that would increase the civilization up here enough to deal with this mine problem? 10, 0, barbarian power, civ value, 0. Fish farms. What's this? Slave estate. So there's a slave estate here. That gives +5 local civ level, it says. Tribal settlement, build mine, build barracks, build fortress, build port. Farm. Zero farming. That's what you think? Or is that the place, or you just wanted me to destroy what was there? Fish farm. So I could do farms here and here too, eh? I'm starting to run out of money though. This is my city money that I want. What's this? Farming settlement. Already has a farm there. And this one has nothing. Alright. That's enough infrastructure for now. I don't want to go to zero here. And we'll build that up again. And see what happens. And hopefully those fish farms up there will help to knock out those barbarians, is the hope. Okay, so let's take a look. If we're not going to change that law, then the next thing that we're going to want to try to do is investigate tribal reform. So we got to get our stability up to 40 and our centralization to 60. And if that's the case, then we are not as concerned with our political influence at the moment. Nobody likes fish. When they finish, check your numbers. Yeah. And what we want to check also is just this civilization level in the province. I don't know why that's not. I mean, when they came through, they just went whack, 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 and they hit all these places and knocked the civilization down to nothing. All right, so let's take a look at. We could go over here and let's check and see if we wanted to. So I don't have enough. I almost have enough political influence if I wanted to do a sacrifice to improve my stability by a bit, because I want to get my stability up to 40. So that's a factor. We'll see what happens when I get to 50 political influence. Maybe I'll do a sacrifice a pig to our goddess. Okay, here's all our mines. And I have noticed a couple of queued events. You'd be proud of me for that. I don't know how many I missed, but I caught a couple. Actor Malagoras was killed in a freak accident at the age of 80 as a researcher. Suionian minor character. So I've really had to come down here and balance these things out. But yeah, our solution has been to throw them in the Navy. Okay, so it looks like everybody is happy, so we can just go with the qualified, or the most qualified individual that we have for this job. This would be a 70 on this guy. Okay. Where are we looking at? 247 not 192 months to get a tech. Yeah, we're never going to see techs. Well, when we get more civilized, when we're a monarchy. Autonomy. The industrious folk of Broborg have excelled themselves, contributing their own personal funds to develop the infrastructure of their fine city. We hope this attitude could be mirrored by some of our less loyal subjects. Wonderful. The territory of Broborg gains a granary. That's like a free. Looks like a free. Let's quickly look at what the woad. I don't know if we care about a granary here or not. What would a granary give us? It will give us local civ level, food capacity, cost, results, food capacity, and civ value would go up. Okay, so that's one option. seize and divert these resources to the military, I would lose popularity, but they would gain a training camp, which is we're already building a training camp. Do we want multiple training camps? Or it is not their place to decide what goes there, and we've just gained 20 gold. What do you think? Do we need a second training camp or a granary? Advisors? Yes to which? Granary or training camp? Which one? Granary or training camp? Both are good. So I'm already going to get a training camp. So I'll take, usually when it's the top thing is often like the best suggestion from the game itself. You know what I mean? That's usually the best. And then the other ones are like less good. So we'll try that. Okay. Now we're at 6 of 7. So when that gets to 6 of 7. Okay. So we still have room for one more thing here. You think the next thing I should do is another training camp or another library or academy? Um, second training camp, increase the manpower. No, I don't want a port. I got a port here. Okay, so that place will be full. All right, what are we looking at? So we're still trying to get to 40 here and 60 here. We have some influence. Okay, so we're thinking that we might want to come over here and do a sacrifice. Sure, why not? Okay. All those farms get built, they're still building. Civilization's still 0. Their number of growth is 2.8. So they were, they popped last time at like 8 or 9, something like that. But they're going to be 11 cohorts. 8 due to 16, 3 cohorts due to 26 total pops. And my military is 17 from Scandia and 4 from Germania. Chaucia is my only ally. I let Burgundia go because I had a flag over here from the diplomacy problem. So, and I'm just being restraint. I'm showing restraint by not attacking these guys, and I don't want to overextend, which could be a bad move. I don't know. Death, a couple deaths or something here. Heart attack. My wise one died, and Marcolis died. He was the bodyguard and rival of the bodyguard and rival. Seemed like he had. Well, Verenia's down here. They're not. There's a little bit of Verenia here, and now they're split off from this Cadentia, which is here, here, and here, which is odd. So, I mean, could I take Verenia? I mean, yeah. I mean, they're way down here. I don't want to take this. They're expanding down into this. They got some weird relationship with Cadentia. Oh, old Verenia. This. Um, to do so, I'd have to go through Redignia and Cadentia. Redignia had an allegiance with Verenia, and that's why I wasn't messing with them. Yeah, they still do. Up near me. Oh, you mean come in and get it from this side? Like colonize it? Or do some sort of migration thing? Not sure what you're talking about this little bit right here? This. Yeah, I'd have to look at the pops in these different, I'd have to do it as a colony. and all these places don't have the pops for it. But I mean, I could look at it. It would cost me gold. But that would be a good land grab. It looks like there's 1, 2, 3. I could get maybe 4 that way, and I've got 76 territories now, and I'm trying to get to 100 to be a great power. So that would get me 4 closer. And then from those 4, I guess I could, expand down, take whatever. I'd have to move a lot of pops around. But that might be the way to go. Let me look over here too. I don't want to get, these guys would be cut off. They wouldn't be connected. Same way this guy is though, I guess. He's got food. But this guy here, he's suffering from food issues. He's only got 100 food. What does he got? And I put a fort here because this is the capital when I eventually take that. Almost need to just do this. It's be 5 years of no ally. With that ally anyways, I'd have to pick someone else to be allies with. Which I could do. Not like I'm afraid of them attacking me. I guess I'm, no, they wouldn't be able to do anything there. Alright, well, let's deal with this bodyguard and wise one situation first. Let's look at my families. 3, 3, 5, 3, 3. Okay, so those guys were not. So we want to put just loyal people into these positions. Okay, so the bodyguard. 56. 61. Alright, let's put him in. 46, 46, 51, 52, 56. So this is the wise one. He's not very wise, but he's more loyal. But he's not much more loyal. Well, 10 points. 10 points is 10 points. Can't do it. I just can't. He's just too crappy. Alright, he went up to 75, so that's good. Okay, well, let's look at who has the most pops in this area. Vang. Can I do anything from Vang? Which of these is the most important to get? Fish, amber, fish. A little bit of woad. Probably amber, huh? Is Vang an option? Vang's not even an option. What about for Syria? No. Paradenia. So there's one guy in here. One. All right. 2, 3, 2, 5, 2, 3. Sardonia has 4. Alright, so what was it? Pakra? No. Okay. So it's Orientalis. Can do it from there. Orientalis. Can't do Orientalis from there. I can do it from there. Okay, and has to be integrated pops. I wish I could click like an integrated pops button on this so that it would just only show integrated pops. You know what I mean? Alright, so this is telling me that Herulia Borealis, which is here, has 4. So if I wanted to do more from someplace else, is that even an option from Borealis? If it's not, I could just take from Borealis because they're not helpful in this particular endeavor. It looks like they are not, so I'll take guys from Borealis to Orientalis. It looks like. Now I know that the Suionia guys are integrated, and the Herulians are non-integrated, so I'll have to leave the Herulian. Then I'll take the Suionians from Borealis. Why didn't it make a noise? I have 8. Seems like, what is this? What does that mean? Oh, it's because I have a Herulian here who is not integrated. Is my guess as to why. So I'll have to move someone else from somewhere else. Centralis, no, what about Rodingia Minor or Mayor? Because Australis I might need to use. Minor and Mayor. Alright, I think that, let's go for Mayor first. I'll take this guy. Why? It's not making the noise I want it to make. Okay, looks like I took it. And they've got 8. Okay. Pakra 2. I wish on this colony screen it said how many they had. That would be helpful. But it looks like, can I go from Upakra? Yes. What about Spimeros? Yes. 3 there, 2 there. Australia's 3 there. Sardonia 4. And now, can I pull guys from Herulia Orientalis from here? I cannot, but I can pull from Avionia Minor. Okay. So that can be a thing. So I got 4 guys here. I gotta watch my treasury. Tuistic. Saxonians. Well, I know I can take this Suionia guy. Avionia Minor is over there. That's major. Minor's there. Okay, who else is integrated? Gutones, Romericians, Rugians, Cimbrians, and Teutonians, and Saxonians. So almost everyone. I don't remember hearing Anglians. Saxonians I heard, so we'll take these guys. There it is. Ferodinia. What about Verunia? Well, Ferodinia is what I want more, so. Okay. Syria can come from Orientalis or any of these other ones. Svimeros. Burgio. How high up is Burgio? Meor. Only one guy there. Insula Anglorum. Europa Australis is 3. Pakra 2. Spimeros I think has 3. Burgunderholm, where's that? So foggy. Where's Burgunderholm? Ah, they only have 2. Alright. Herulia Centralis 2. Orientalis has already done one. It says so. Burgio Insula Anglorum 2. And Sardonia is here, and we just did one from Sardonia, I thought. Surprised it says they cannot provide for any colonies. It doesn't say they can't. Maybe I should move a person here and see what happens. I know it won't let me though. Anglia Centralis. Where's Anglia Centralis? This is weird. Oh, I see, they're slaves. Yeah. Yeah, now it says it. I could always wait a year. No! Not going to wait. Okay, Upakra has 2. Unfortunately, I don't think I can pull guys from Orientalis. I could pull from Bang. Yeah, I can pull 5 guys from Bang. Okay. Next. Barunia. I can't go from Sardonia. Insula Anglorum 2. Herulia Australis 3. It's the front runner. Anglia Meridianalis. Where's that? Here. 2. And Limovia, where's Limovia? No. Syria, no. Alright, so I said Herulia Centralis was the one. No, they have a 2. What was it? Insula Anglorum? No, they have a 2. I thought one of these had a 3. Anglia Meridianalis, was it? No. God dang it. Could have swore one of these had a 3. But I guess not. Maybe Herulia. Yeah, here we go. Herulia Australis. Okay. Looks like I could pull from Sardonia or Herulia Orientalis. Where would I rather have guys? Probably in Sardonia. So we'll go down from Herulia Orientalis. We got some, we could either pull slaves or let's pull slaves first, I think. Well, now that's really wiped out our cash. Let's look here now. So there's 4 guys. What? There's 4 guys hanging out in Avioniana. That'd be a good one to get. Alright. Well, to move pops to here, I could get 1, 2, 3, which only give me 5 guys. I'd have to pull guys from somewhere else. And these guys can only be pulled from each other, so I'm going to have to wait until their population builds up a little bit. Positive growth. But he's kind of exposed. Should also consider doing this Chasia thing if I'm going to move out here, which I need to. I know that I need to eventually. Within the next 5 years, though, or should I build up? What's my 17 for? Seven per turn gold, 6.61. It's kind of moving around a bit. Political influence going up. Death. Markabold. Clan chief of the Marrow Bodies and a friend of the tribal chief of Suionia. He was the head of that clan and the clan chief. Let's see who's in charge of them now. This is actually the family that I prefer, and if I could make these guys be the monarchy clan, I would. So I gotta look at maybe what I can do to buff these guys. This guy is 57. Prominent, deceitful, good-natured, and cold, but he's got a really high finesse, low charisma though. Alright, well, let's put him on the marker here. He's content. Make rival, make friends. There's no give. Can't give him anything. Let's go back. So the Gundrids are still in the lead here. 257. Clan chief from modifiers. He's got no modifier bonus. Maybe this will go up when I start it up. Let's also look. Oh, queued. Flavius. Truly a dire advisor, people laugh openly at stories of his sheer inability to lead, and our enemy's eye our lands hungrily. It is safe to say that our people feel most uneasy. He just needs time to adjust. We lose our stability. Ugh, that sucks. He sucks. What's his job? My bodyguard? Alright, Apothecary needs to assign. Let's look at 3-3, 3-3-4-3-5-3. Okay, so we're looking for loyalty here, or no, there's still already a bunch of Marrow Bodies guys in the government, and that hasn't given them the power base to advance necessarily. I mean, look at all these guys are all here, but let's look and see who we can get. We want a high um, loyalty and quality, I guess. Clearly from that last queued event, it matters that these guys are not good. Two, two. We need to see some threes here. When we see some threes here, then we can pull a couple out into whichever one we want and then try to migrate into this or colonize into this, because I can't access it from anywhere else other than these places, and they can't pull from anything because it's not connected. Alright, so we're trying to get to a 60 here and a 40 here, which doesn't help when everyone's messing with that. Farms coming up. In a few months. And we'll check the civilization over there and see if anything has changed. Prominent centralization. Dwamgar Gundred is one of our more prominent clan chiefs. Yeah, he's going to be the new tribal leader if he lives to inherit. The loyalty to our central rule has come into question, and Malavendus has suggested moving some of that clan under our authority. Such a move would surely put us at odds with the Gundreds, but secure our own authority at the cost of his. All the clans belong to us. We would go in the hole, political influence-wise. Suionia would gain a point of centralization, which we like. Our leader, who is going to die, would gain some prominence. It says current 100. That might be maxed out at 100. I think you can't go above that, and it's already that, so that doesn't matter. Dwamagar would lose prominence and loyalty, and he would go to 40, like 49, which we don't want particularly, and a Gatuni tribesman would move to Broborg, and Thweetum would gain tribal movement. Okay, moving some of his people, we would lose a little bit less political influence. We would gain a little bit less centralization. And he would lose loyalty of 15 and prominence, and a slave would move to Broborg, and the happiness would go down. Or we'll just stop, leave it alone, let Gundred gain loyalty and prominence because he's going to be the next leader and there's not really anything I can do about it. And the Marabades guy would lose loyalty and go down to 55. We were just talking about wanting to improve the Marabades, and to do that we'd have to lower these guys. So we'll do this middle one because we can't afford to. I wonder if this number can go. It can't go below 0, so we'd be getting a better deal for, this can only go to 0 once, right? Alright, let's do it. Let's see if that changed anything in the government as far as this. He's still the man, and these guys are still like the low men on the totem pole. We're losing gold for some reason here. Unit construction is... Alright, let's check out what that did to the farms. Civilization value still says 0 here. Barbarian power 3.56. Monthly civilization change 0.08. Let's look and see what else we can do over here. So we have farm. What's here? Port. Here we have farm. Here we have nothing. So that's a, what is there? Wild game. Can we put anything there that will also help to increase our civilization? Tribal settlement. Not doing anything. Provincial legation. No. A mine. Not possible. So what does this mean? It's not possible to build anything here because I either don't have money or that's probably the thing. So for this one, I don't have money. No food, no stone, don't have money. So like a barracks could happen there. We'll think about something like this. We just need more money. We'll look at it again when we have a couple hundred gold, see what our options are. We're going to hit the 60, but we're not going to hit the stability. So we hit the centralization to look at becoming a monarchy, but we don't have the stability. We had some deaths. Alright, sad news. Theodemund Segamandrus, who was the governor of Germania, has passed. Duemberg Hramdra succumbed to a stressful environment at 82. She was the head of the Hramdri family and the wife of the tribal chief of Suionia. So my main guy doesn't have a wife now, is what that sounds like to me. Okay. So, unmarried ruler. Maybe we want to marry a Gundred and bring up that number. Let's try to arrange a marriage and see if there's any Gundred women available. Here's one. She's 72. She's not doing much. Sounds like she's the suitable match. Blustering with excitement, Gundlay summoned his domestic aid after far too long alone. He decided to extend an offer of marriage to the stunning older woman, Thuris Hilda of the Gundreds. Despite the appearance of Theodorum, head of the Gundreds, it seemed that all concerns were salved by the promise of eternal fidelity. Yeah, he's going to live for his near death. Splendid. Alright. Oh, what? Look at this now. Someone's disloyal now because of that move. We have a little bit of money. A Hramdrid, who is this? Our arbitrator. There we go. Governor. So ideally we would want a Saxonian here. I don't think we have any though. Suionia. There's only 4 eligible dudes. Alright, so here we've got a total of 8, and this guy here has a total of 9. So let's look at, he's assertive. That's good for being a governor. This guy's harsh. It's probably not good for being a governor. Harsh, greedy. Okay, here we go. Alright, Sigric Hamdramdrid, your clan chief here. There you go. Alright, let's look at these families here. So of the Gundred, we have the chief on our list, but not the head. The Otis. When he dies, this guy's gonna be Merobod. He's gonna become the chief there. Doesn't look too good. Genobald Hramdrid. He's an admiral, but he's not the chief. And then of the Merobodi's line, he's the head, and he's the chief. Okay. Everybody's content. It did take us negative on political influence. Thought that was gonna stop at 0, so that's good to know. Looks like our fleet's about to become full. Demodamus, the explorer, amidst raging weather and violent seas, a patchwork ship of exotic craftsmanship has pulled into the port of Atilrugia. Aboard, a crew hailing from far-flung lands various gaze out upon our modest harbor with poorly disguised wonder. After a brief delay, a lone sailor emerges and speaks in perfect Suionia, espousing his gratitude that we let him dock without trouble or suspicion. He gives his name as Demodamus of Miletus, an explorer of some experience. He's got good stats. Who was sent forth by his liege to discover more about the world at large. He regales us with tales of Scythia and Bactria, as well as mysterious lands far to the east, and he begs our leave to restock his small fleet with galley slaves in return for a bauble, which he claims was revered as holy by a forgotten people. A most welcome offer. 3 pops in the territory of Atilrugia, which is up here. I mean, it's the... I guess it's this. They have 5. That's fine, I guess. Ancient fertility figurine appears in Suionia's treasury. Okay, I feel like we have room for some sort of an artifact. We certainly do. So that would be cool. Provincial effects if in holy site. Or we could gain some stability towards our 40 that we want to get, and he will gain cruel and he will continue his journey. I wish I knew what ancient fertility figurine would do for me. See if I can look it up real quick and see if it does anything. Ancient fertility figurine. Treasure. Sacred treasures are artifacts of a particular importance that can be placed in holy site to provide a small bonus to every territory in the province. Each treasury is unique. There are only a finite number of possible treasures in the game, with most being placed at certain locations at the start of the game and a few being created. So this is not really something that we would want to pass by, I think, because it's, you know, never gonna change, never gonna come again. Ancient fertility figurine. I am seeing a list here, but they all look pretty specific. It's not like just a general fertility figurine. Kemetic. Canaanite, Chaldean, Chaldic, Sibylline, Druid. Ancient fertility figurine increases local population growth. I think that we should do it. Or we could kill him. No, he'd move here and become a minor character. I mean, nah. Okay, now look, we've got 1 treasure in the reliquary. An additional 1 treasure can be found in owned provinces. So how do we have, oh man, No, an empty altar. We only got one, two. We got two spots here in the capital. So let's put them in. How do we do it? No. Where'd the other one go? Deposit. Well, I have the Cimbrian silver cauldron. I guess that's not a holy thing. It's just a treasure. An additional sun chariot, dog figurine, sprig of tear. How come I can't take the Cimbrian silver cauldron? It's currently in Europa Borealis. Okay. Can, so how do I move it to Broborg? Is my question. So we said Cimbria Borealis. Okay. So what? How would I capitalize on that? Well, I guess that's probably something I'll have to look up to for next time. Click the second box in religion. Okay. You mean this box right here? Is that the box you're talking about, Janza? I did that. It's not giving me access to it. So I've got that. That's why I'm wondering. It says I have, I took this ancient fertility figurine and put it here, but it's not giving me access to this silver cauldron. So I don't know why. It's a temple. So it's just the thing is that it must be for one of the gods that I don't have active right now. Maybe. Others are shrines. I don't know. But it's not going to get solved right now. So what I would really like to have happen is this become 40 and this become, and I've got like 3 minutes and it's probably not going to happen. So we'll see. And I don't have enough to do like another sacrifice. Okay, let's see. So if I click here, so temple, shrine, shrine, shrine. Okay, let's, I wish I had an empty space here. I don't know how to open those up, but if I wanted to, yeah, it's not letting me click on any of those at all. Holy sites. So I will research that between sessions before Sunday and see if I can learn anything more about that. I still have no civ value here. 4.04 on the barbarian power. They'll raise 10 cohorts. So look forward to more barbarian invasions next time, probably on Sunday as well. Let's go, go. Go, go, stability. Go, go, stability. Let's get it up. Only need 5. Drought. Particularly harsh year has led to a drought in the province of Simbrica, withering the crops and leading to food shortages across the area. Local officials are begging for our support to avert a crisis. It is our responsibility. Lose money. They gain shortages eased. West Gothia has food to spare. We could divert food. Loyalty would drop. Food modifier would, they'd lose loyalty. Simbrica gains loyalty. Suionia loses 10 political influence, which we don't have. We don't want to do that. We've got gold. Let's just do it. It's our responsibility after all. Oh man, we just lost stability. Because our guy died. This happens all the time. After the death of Gundle Theodas, the clan chiefs. Okay, I'm going to resolve this, and this will be the last thing that I get to do. Clan chiefs of Suionia meet to elect a fierce and strong leader, Duamagar Gundred. I swear these guys have just changed hands all the time. After much deliberation, Duamagar was installed in a lavish ritual. Many, however, were discontent, hoping to see themselves or someone more familiar. They shall accept the situation in time. Everyone loses. He rose to the throne. Stability drop. New ruler. Gunlay Theodos died. He was the head. Who's this? Researcher needed for civic advances. Okay, let's check the families. Okay, Theodos clan is no longer. They are now scorned. That's unacceptable. We'll put in a Theodos into the researchers here to try to stabilize that if we have one. Look, they don't even have. There's not even an available guy for the job. Future admiral coming out of Theodos when they adopt someone into their clan. But as for this, we're going to go Meribades on civic advances. And we've got scorned, and there's nothing we can do about that. Let's look at the government here. Now this is interesting. The Meribades are closer. I mean, right now we've got Hramdri are likely to be the next tribal chief unless we can get a better Meribades candidate. Let's take a look at, this is the new head of the Theodos clan. So let's stick him up. He is clan chief, brother of the researcher. He's trying to assassinate the tribal chief right now. Of course he is. Of course he is. Okay. That is being the case. That's hilarious. Otherwise, he would be the chief for a while. This is who we want. Ideally, he's gonna be assassinated. I wonder if that's 100% success or if it can't possibly be. It has a success chance of 10%. So someone is assisting. Who's assisting? Garrick Theodos will attempt to assassinate Dwamagar Gundred. Interfere and scheme. Oh, I see. I can either assist or interfere. I have an option. I can either help. Who am I to help? I wonder who am I playing as as Garrick? I don't know. That's interesting. Alrighty. Well, we have succeeded again. We've persevered. We've grown. We took over Cimbria. We've taken some land over here. We've progressed in centralization. We've become a settled tribe. We're very close to becoming a monarchy. We'll be shooting for those goals in the next period, as well as to further expand our lands. We'll probably branch down into this zone right here to connect everybody up. So we might want to look at attacking some of these people maybe the next time we get an omen. Maybe we'll drop alliance here and we'll switch omens so that we have no casus belli costs. We'll look at picking up somebody as an ally who can assist in some of these wars. And then we will continue our campaign. So thanks everybody for hanging out. If you haven't already, click follow and check out the YouTube channel, and we will see you next time. Until final death. Thanks. Bye.